Well, well, well. It's Saturday. And as you can see, we're starting again. We started again yesterday, and oh my god. Very unlucky run. Very, very unlucky run. We ended up with a bug, at least I assume it was a bug, where the Great Pestilence just never ended. Hey, Viper! The Great Pestilence never ended in our run yesterday, which means all those events you get that give minus 12 stability every time never stopped happening. It was brutal, man. Hello, Badger. It really did a number on my psyche. I was like, oh, these events kind of blow, but they'll stop at some point, eh? And then we got into the next age, and they were still happening. It was brutal. And I made a bunch of other test decisions which didn't go well. Like we tried settling up here to stop people from being able to reach here, but that didn't really pan out, honestly. Didn't really work for us, so I don't think we'll be doing that. And there was a bunch of other stuff. But I've got some new crazy ideas. Did I try tributaries and marches? No, I should have, eh? But I was just getting so pissed off with the run. I just wanted it to be over, so I declared war on Castile, so that I could at least see how the push back the colonizers war worked. And you know what I realized? It's nigh impossible to win the push back the colonizers war. Because you need 10 war score, right? You need 10 war score to actually be able to take their stuff. And the problem with push back the colonizers is to get that war score, you would probably have to go over to the old world so that you could occupy their stuff. Because all their colonial provinces aren't worth much in terms of war score. So we took like all of their colonial provinces, we like occupied them all, and we had 2 war score. 2. Just 2. So that makes push back the colonizers even worse than I thought. First, it's nigh impossible to actually create the casus belli, and then when you do create it, it's nigh impossible to accomplish anything with it, because you would have to sail to the old world and start capturing, like, Spain. Which is non-viable at the point that they're colonizing, right? It's like uber non-viable. So, I did that little experiment near the end of the run. It was interesting. So yeah, we're gonna try some Tryhard stuff. I've got a plan this time, and it involves giving away these 4 provinces, locations. Just giving them away. I don't like dealing with them, eh? I just don't like dealing with them. And I was thinking, why do we need these provinces? Locations. And the answer is for the resources, right? But what if I gave them to one of our vassals? They could deal with the resources, right? And they probably get a bunch of buffs that, like, give them increased resources. I bet they do. Well, maybe they don't. But I think conceptually they do. Sort of. Yeah, exactly. They'll all go into the market anyway. Exactly. And because we're in a post crown power world, we don't really care about a lot of stuff. So, I think that is the key. And then so we'll make the Mon Podge, I think. I think we'll have to construct the initial stuff. But then we'll take Mon Podge's coastline in exchange. I think that's the trick. We'll create the Mon Podge vassal. We'll give them this stuff. But then we'll take their coastline in exchange. I think that'd be pretty good. And then we can start taking the coastline of every vassal. Because I don't want them to have coastline, really. They don't make the most of it. Yeah, exactly. It's not like it's yours more if you own the land it's produced in. Exactly. All you do is get a slight bit of the profit from the sales after it's been filtered through all their stuff. So that's kind of what I'm thinking as a plan. I think it could work really well. It just depends where their capital is, eh? Because it'll probably need control in these places. Which it does for us, because our capital's right next to them. Could be interesting. I think I'm also going to go back to my Tryhard market roots. To make early money. And here's another thing I was trying out. Actually, after the stream yesterday, I did another quick run just to test out some stuff. And I think prosperity is super important. It never used to be. But in this patch, this beta patch, they changed prosperity. They changed it. So that it caps out at like 50%. Maybe even like 35%. It caps out. It's similar to stability and prestige in that the higher it is, it gets like a decay added to it. They added that, which means prosperity is super useful because it gives you a whole bunch of stuff. Prosperity affects like loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. So I think getting high prosperity is actually like super important. And yeah, exactly, right? The money goes to our vassal and then we get it eventually in the form of tribute. Which actually is pretty great because it does not count as a tax base, which means it doesn't increase the cost of like laws, events, etc. So that's pretty cool. It doesn't get filtered through the whole crown power system. We just get it all. So when we're getting 25% of our guy's income, it's arguably better than having to deal with the headache of it all just to get a little bit more cash, you know? Especially once you start reaching the point where you wouldn't have control and you wouldn't be making much money. Plus, it means we don't have to worry about converting these chodes. Remember we had the problem where we had to convert these chodes or make these guys a tolerated culture, and it was just a pain in the ass. We won't have to do that, right? Our vassal can do that. So that's kind of the plan. Do you always used to start with this much cohesion and prestige? Yeah, it's very easy to believe that we didn't, because we spend all our cohesion immediately on giving away privileges. It costs 5 cohesion per privilege you give away. Let's take food production first. Then let's go through and give away a bunch of shiz. Like tribal land rights. Monthly prosperity. Yeah, see it goes down each one we give away. Noble power minus 20%. Minus 5%. That seems fine. The main reason we're giving these away is just to keep everyone happy, eh? Just to keep them happy. Partial yield is fine. It's not even going to keep them happy, but that reduced food is arguably nice. And I'm not going to give them free mobility. Not yet. I don't actually want them to move around. I think that's all we give the commoners. They're already at 100%. Yeah, but it's going to go down again. And it's the equilibrium we care about. That's just like a temporary what satisfaction they are. It's the equilibrium we care about, which is the second number. Prosperity. I wanted plutocracy stuff. But I also don't want to... You know, I think treasury rights might be quite good. I don't want to give the burghers too much power, but I do want development. For clergy, we want assimilation speed. Well, do we? If I'm giving it away? Give it away, give it away, give it away now? Maybe not. We'll take efficiency of the cabinet, because that's really good. And... is there anything else we care about? Probably not. Although it's actually tempting to give them agenda impact. I want to see how much that impacts the agenda. Because if that means that we can always pass a parliament thing, that'll be pretty good. And then the chieftains. We want to kind of go easy on the chieftains. Let's take nobility controlled serfdom. And anything else? Probably not. Probably not. No. I think that's it. Let's just check our values, see how they're doing. Is there something to spend prestige on this early on? Nah, I don't think so. Not really. It's a good question, though. I really don't think so. Can't think of much that you spend prestige on. I want a bit more plutocracy. Also wouldn't mind that 10% trade capacity, honestly. Is there anything cheap in terms of power-wise that gives a decent amount of plutocracy? Yeah, building rights. That'll do. Cool. Right, that's them all done. We've gone super YOLO. Now, step 1. Is there any Diplo action that requires prestige? Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. Mostly they cost favors. Mostly they cost favors. Favors or money. I do agree that it seems like a waste to throw away 19 prestige. That certainly does seem wasteful. Shit quarrying. You know, I might not bother unlocking Tool Guild. Surely we could get them to just make the tools, eh? Then again, that seems like a drastic departure from our usual strats. It is a fine line to cross, I agree. Let's get it. I agree wholeheartedly. And then I want development ASAP. And then we go laws. And then I need to see what kind of state we're in after that. We probably want subject nations immediately. Probably more important than tax. Well, it's probably more important than tax. Alright, cool. Let's assume that's gonna be okay. Now, I would like to delete every single building except the marketplace. Straight up delete them. Why, you might be wondering? Because even turned off, they seem to impact our tax base and cost us money early on. So my philosophy is, F them. Literally kill every building. Except the marketplace. And make sure we turn that off. Otherwise it's going to screw us later. Oh, another thing we learned yesterday. Yeah, they do probably mess with labor as well. Another thing we learned yesterday is these overseas trading posts. You can build them in your vassals. You can actually build them in your vassals, which is pretty cool. So I assume you can also build missions in your vassal, which means you could give your vassals disease resistance. Yeah, exactly right. By the time we need them, it will be cheap. And I'm not sure we will need them because I think we're in a post-production era. I know I always say we're in a post-X era, but I think our vassals should be producing everything. What was I was saying yesterday? We were in a post-population era. That's not strictly true because we're going to need armies. But if we can just focus on buildings that help research, buildings that help armies, yeah, research and armies, I really think that's the key. Now, we might want to increase our tax base just because I think that counts towards how strong our vassals think we are. But it's not going to be urgent. It's not going to be urgent at all. So, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Right, what else do we need to do? Cabinet actions. Education. We're actually starting off with a reasonable heir. Pretty good, eh? He'll probably die, but pretty good for, like, an early heir. It's just a shame he's, so old. But we'll, make sure he has kids. And he might be okay as an heir for a bit. But we are kind of in a post-heir, post-heir mindset as well. Yeah, the pen and the sword, exactly. Cabinet actions. I want to develop the province. And if we really are in a post-crown power era, then I don't need to change away from aristocracy, really. I mean, it's nice getting away from it because that expected cost of court is annoying. So is the possible nobles. However, we might just want to rush innovative. Yeah, we probably want to rush innovative. I don't think there's any other action that's worth doing. Not really. I guess tribal cohesion. Yeah, tribal cohesion. It does matter. Shame there isn't one of these for prestige, eh? You'd think there'd be one of these for prestige. Oh, increase cohesion, increase investment, increase control. Why is there no increase prestige? It'd really come in handy. That's probably why there isn't one, so it'd come in handy. And this game is opposed to things that come in handy. Let's get the cohesion. Yeah, I also think it's not worth bending over backwards for aristocracy. We can do it via events. There's some good events you get that reduce it. Well, look at that guy. Cool. Is there anything else? The market. I think we're going to super try hard the market this time. We're also not going to buy food. It's such a scam early on because there is no food in the market. So it's just like, do you want to pay almost 1 ducat every month for, like, no reason? It only really becomes relevant once we have more than one province. Not caring about crown power also means you can put the best people in the cabinet. Yeah, totally, man. And because our tax base will be low, it'll be cheap to put them in. I mean, replacing costs stability, but like improving stability will be super cheap as well because we'll have no tax base. And all that stuff. That's the other thing tax base affects, eh? It affects all those costs for stability, diplomacy, culture. They all scale off tax base. So keeping our tax base low. Remember, oh well, you didn't see the Andes runs, but in the Andes runs, I was in a post-tax base era. Because in the Andes runs, you start with 0 tax base. And you know what? It's actually quite nice. It's quite nice having no tax base. It's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. So no tax base, max trade might be the key. But we do need a little bit of a tax base because we need to make this food. Oh, that's what we need to do. Lumber. Oh, I always do it in the wrong one. Lumber. We need to be buying this ASAP. From good old Nodge per 10. But we're only going to buy 0.5. Should be fine. You know what? Why risk it? Let's get... Well, it's actually... Well, no, let's get one. And then we're gonna handle the market ourselves. And we're gonna do the old-fashioned route. I don't think it's optimal because we're not actually gonna get 2.63. So I don't think it's optimal, but I do think it's more optimal. I keep going back and forth on trade. Hello, John? Keep going back and forth on trade, like how much effort you want to put into it versus how much profit you want to get from it. Because automated trade, when I was doing a run after the stream yesterday to kind of wind down after the terrible, terrible events that occurred, I was keeping an eye on the automated market. And sometimes it just doesn't spend the capacity, you know? Like, I was watching it, and for like half a year, it only spent 1 out of 3 capacity. No reason for it. It just only spent 1. So, automation, it really does gimp you. It's not good. We also need to keep an eye, and I'll probably not manage to do this, but we need to keep an eye on estate buildings. Yeah, true. There isn't much to do early on. Which is why it's quite nice, though, in a way, to be able to just let it blitz through to get to the point where there is stuff to do, eh? However, the early money is super important. We have done everything, right? I think so. Pretty sure we've done everything. You can notify me whenever you notice an estate building finishing. Normally I'm opposed to that kind of stuff, but that would actually be super useful because I'm going to be focusing on the economy. Well, yeah, spy networks, but remember that screwed us last time. Remember that screwed our market last time. So I'm actually somewhat opposed to doing that. We could get the C, I guess. We could get the C. Let's get the C. It's nice. Having the C filled in. Feels good. Let's spy on this chode. And we don't have to spy yet, eh? Not properly. We're only really going to need to spy in like 100 years, probably. But let's at least spy on one guy. Although, yeah, no, it's fine. Let's spy on one guy. This can be our spy guy for now. Well, the thing about start spying is once they get caught, you lose like loads of your progress. We could spy to try and steal tech. That's what we could do. We could spy on Itza to try and steal tech. You have to get 75 to steal tech. In fact, maybe not even Itza. Spy on, like, one of these small guys. They'll still be researching, eh? And they'll have less counter-espionage, I assume. Yeah. Post-map era. Yeah, totally, man. Sort of. It sucks that your vassals don't, like, explore and then give you the maps. That'd be nice. It'd also be OP, but it'd be nice. Right, let's see how much money we get. Hey, we're supposed to get 2.63. I predict we get 1.75. We got... I actually think it updates after the fact. So I think we actually got 2.2. That's still pretty good. Also, we get the extra trade capacity from that perk, which is nice. And let's just go with the old way of doing trade. See how it goes. I hate these tooltips, man. I wish there was a button to, like, turn them off. I mean, they're useful most of the time, but sometimes, they just get in the way. We are making way more money doing this. But it's less reliable, eh? I think in some ways it's more reliable. Like, I think it affects the overall prices. Because I notice when I do my thing where I buy everything, the prices are all really low all the time. Whereas when you do this, there's always one thing that's worth, like, a lot. Post-reliability era. Yeah. Take that stability. Didn't I say I wanted 50? No, I wanted 1, right? We're getting as much lumber as we can. And I might keep those provinces. I do like the idea of giving them away. I really like the idea of giving them away. But I don't know, it comes with its own risks, eh? You can marry a lowborn, it's fine. Right, we should build fruit. Because we're not buying food, we should try and build up our food as much as we can. It's like the only thing I'm going to spend money on, though. forgot how tedious it is doing this. Starting to think we should just let it roll. It sucks doing this every month. I'm already going against my Tryhard plan. I just want to see how much profit we'd be getting if we did this. 2.9, so that's basically what we were getting before. Ooh, free trait. Is it rubbish? He got ruthless. Okay, he got a negative trait, but at least it's one we don't care about. Legislative efficiency doesn't really matter. We're gonna keep buying this lumber until they run out. Can you settle frontier in the start? You have to get the research for it. Which is the first thing that we do. We rush, settle the frontier. Takes a while, but it doesn't take too long. Sorry, Prestige. We're in a post-Prestige era. No, our heir died. Whatever. Tyrona has the lowest stat in 1337. How do you mean? No, it has a very small tax base. The lowest country rank. Oh, no. I mean, it can do. We nuke it pretty hard. We really nuke our power score. It's part of the grand plan. Destroy our power score at the start. Because it's kind of irrelevant at the start, right? You don't really care about your power score. Unless you can become a great power. Let's steal an ocean map. Tidy things up a bit. It would be cool to see how many countries there are in total, I agree. It doesn't really tell you. Like, you can't see the rankings. We are the lowest out of everyone we know. even the migratory tribes. So I think we might be right at the bottom. Definitely close to it. I think maps will screw with my markets. Yeah, but not ocean maps, right? Not ocean maps. I think ocean maps will be fine. I just want to get the ocean maps to mean that we don't need to do it. We are a power bottom. Right, I wanted to check something here, because I gave the clergy that thing that gives them plus 20% agenda impact. And I want to see how much that actually impacts things. I'll be honest, it's not looking like it impacts it much. Looks like it did jack shit, eh? Oh well, that's fine. Right, Kutch Cabal we're gonna save up so that we can steal tech off them. For now, it's just save up money, grab all the lumber that we can possibly fit in our bags before it's all gone, and wait for the settling research to be done. When it says agendas, you think it means they're decisions that boost the percentage? Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I always forget they're called agendas. Cool. We're not going to let our lady folk get married. You know the drill. I'm not sure why I'm going for admin focus when we're in this post crown power mindset. Just force of habit, I guess. We should really be going Diplo focus. Urbanization. 0.01 ducats for 0.5 development in Tayuna is such a great deal. What an amazing deal. You get that from giving the traders a bunch of privileges. Can't remember which one it is. Urban development, maybe? You see our prosperity? You see this decay? So if we hadn't taken a bunch of stuff to increase prosperity, it'd be stopping at like 50%, which is kind of whack because prosperity is super useful. It gives development growth, it gives population growth, it gives life expectancy. Shame it doesn't give disease resistance, but whatever. Yeah, exactly. Our religious aspect, and we did it for we did it for something else as well. Oh, we gave out a bunch of we gave out a bunch of perks and stuff. Privileges that give it. We gave one to the traders and one to the commoners, I think, to get prosperity. So hopefully it's going to go up to like 100. That's kind of what I'm hoping. And that would be really sick. Really, really sick. Because this increased development is super important. I don't think there's a world where we can rush a hospital before the pestilence arrives. But there might be. It's not unfeasible. It's just mostly unfeasible. Sorry, chieftains, you can't have our money. You're not going to rebel. We are going to rebel. No, you're not. We are, look. We're getting 2% every month. You're not going to rebel. Calm down. How much wood have we got? 31. 31 is pretty good. Overseas trading posts and missions for vassals sounds cool. Would need coastal vassals for it. Yeah, for the trading posts we would need coastal vassals. Which goes against my plan to steal all of their land. All of their coastal land. But I wonder what happens if you build an overseas trading post and then you steal the land. Do you reckon it destroys the post? It probably does, eh? Probably does. Okay, here we go, diplomacy. There's not much good in any of these, but diplomacy has subject income. It's a pretty good reason to take it. Ooh, we're almost at 75. Wonder if he's going to have any research. He should do. No! Oh wait, that was the other guy. That's fine. Right, diplomacy, diplomacy. Always focus on diplomacy. Who wants to get married? You're not allowed, sorry. I've got big plans for you, lady. Big plans. Pissed off commoners, that's fine. I want to see how our development growth's doing. We're getting 0.013. That's pretty whack. That's pretty whack. But that's just how it goes with the capital. This mountain forest tropical is brutal. Like, seriously brutal. Like, what the hell, man? Like, here's your capital. By the way, it will never develop, ever, at all, unless you put a ton of effort into it. It's really, really brutal. But it's fine. It's Tryhard that we want to develop, which goes much faster. So that's cool. Right, do you have any tech? No. Need to keep an eye on that. Sadly, it's not going to notify us, right? So we're just going to have to check in every so often. So I'm actually just going to keep his screen up. We don't need to look at anything else at the moment. And I would love to steal his tech. We'll side with the chieftains. Get them happier again. And hopefully, steel technology will kick in. I mean, it's only going to get us like a month's worth of research, but still. That is a month's worth of research. Who are these guys at war with? Chorty. I think they're going to lose that war. Yeah, they are. And then we'll lose all our progress. So quick, quick, steal a map. Get the ocean. Nice. How much wood have we got? 46. I think 46 is fine. Let's get a bit of coffee and a bit of tobacco. There. Cool. Ah, glorious income. I mean, it's not a huge amount, but it's more than we're usually getting, eh? It's definitely more than we're usually getting. Have you got any more ocean maps for us? No. Okay. Well, we're not stealing these maps. Although I think we could steal these maps. I think going up here was what screwed us. Being able to see the Maya is fine. It's probably quite good, actually. So we can see what's going on over there. Because that impacts how we want to settle later. Sorry, Donato. I think you're dead to me. And we're in a post-advisor era for this slot. Stop making me kill my cabinet members, dude. Seriously, the game's like, oh, do you want to lose stability? Or do you want to kill a cabinet member? And you're like, okay, fine, I'll kill the cabinet member because I really don't want to lose stability. And then it's like, hey, guess what? Immediately afterwards, you got to kill your other cabinet member as well. And I really don't want to kill this guy. I guess we'll lose stability. God damn it. At least we didn't take a double hit to stability. That's the way to look at it. I swear, man, this game knows how to throw the worst events at you. Support the state. I'm not giving them monetary fiefs. That'd be crazy talk. We'll just let that fail for another -7 stability. That's fine. Okay. Just, like a year and a half. Year and a half to go. Then we can start settling. Also, our income is crazy. Look at that. I think I want to get another food. Can I show the harbour capacity map? Yeah, I don't really know where that is. I've never even thought about harbour capacity. Where would that be? Military, probably? No? Ah, there we go. For some reason it's in geopolitics. Fair enough. Why not choose expand gravel road network? Because I don't want to move towards centralization. And it'd move us 10 towards centralization if we took it. In the past, I would always choose it, right? Because that push towards centralization was really useful. But now that we're in a post-Crown Power era, centralization we don't want. which means taking expand gravel road network. Can't do it. There you go. That's the harbour capacity map. Never even thought about harbour capacity, honestly. And why is that in geopolitics? That's so weird. Like, what does harbour capacity have to do with geopolitics? It's a mystery. I see you building that dye factory. I mean, good luck. We've got no masonry. No, our spy got expelled. That's fine. He got all the C's. I want to spy on this guy to try and get this C. Oh, look at him with his increased urban attraction. He's a migratory tribe. What's that going to do for him? Give me that. I want that. Next month? Cool. Right. Time to start settling. Cool. Hopefully we get some good events. If we get the event that converts population, I might keep these provinces. But otherwise, I think we're going to give them away. At least we're not struggling for cash, eh? We need to make sure we've got enough, though, for two things. We need to make sure we've got enough to... We're not giving them 13 gold. Are they crazy? We need to make sure we've got enough to make the stone. And we need to make sure we've got enough to seed one of these places. Ideally the maze, but we'll see about that. $120 ducats. If we want to be super safe, yeah. Although we should get this for cheaper because we've got loads of lumber. As long as nobody spends our lumber, we should get that for cheaper. And we should get the maize for cheaper as well. So we could probably do it for like 70 ducats. Because we bought all that lumber. Such a huge difference when you turn off that stupid buy food option. Oh my god, I thought the game crashed there. The music just stopped for no reason. Like if we hadn't turned off that food, we'd be making no money. Every time there's a minus stability event, I die a little inside. You thought you lost your internet connection? Yeah, man, I thought the game crashed. It's awfully tempting to build a fish farm. No, we can't afford it. It's significantly less tempting to buy a fish farm. Ocean map? I really thought he had the ocean, right? No, he doesn't have the ocean. For some reason, the guy down here knows, like, everything there is to know about the Mayans. He's the Mayan enthusiast. It's the wrong guy. We need to be spying on... I mean, I guess I can... I guess I can at least steal a little bit of COCOM's maps. Sure. Keep an eye on COCOM. See if they nuke their market. And then we want to spy on this guy, I think. Kalinago. That seems right. It's so stupid, and I've said this many times, and you're probably tired of hearing it, but it's so stupid how nobody knows anything about this area here. Like, the guy who lives here knows about this ocean, but he doesn't know about this ocean. Did he just never turn right when he came out? Like, when he goes out on his canoes? Does he just literally never turn right? Why does he know about this? And I'm pretty sure he knows about this as well. And about this. It's crazy. It makes no sense. But whatever. That's the age we live in. It's impenetrable jungle. Really? The coast is impenetrable jungle. I would happily accept that argument, sort of, for this stuff. But the coast, when he knows about this coast, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying what they're selling. It's just another attempt to nerf the tribal nations. Stop us going down here. That's why there's no start down here, by the way. Because the start down here would be hyper OP. It'd be really, really good. Like, really good. You'd take the coast of Brazil. It'd be amazing. It'd be a really good start. That's why they don't let you do it. He probably bought the maps off a trader. Yeah, okay. I can allow that. I'll allow it. Under duress. I actually want you to stop strengthening government and develop the province. There's almost no shot that we're able to build a hospital in time. But we should try at least, eh? We should try. Also, that guy actually won his war. That's pretty impressive. He only had, like, these three. And he was up against... I guess he's only got 3 as well. No, 4. 3 versus 4. Still, pretty braggable that he won. How's this guy already got a city? That's so OP. Noj Paten is a city. Damn. I bet he doesn't even have the research for cities. That's crazy good. I'm not killing this guy, game. Stop it. Game's gonna be like, oh, by the way, he dropped dead. It wouldn't surprise me. It totally wouldn't surprise me. If he just dropped dead right now. These are all ass. I'll sponsor the noble arts. It takes us towards aristocracy, which I really don't want. Well, no. Would I rather lose stability? Yes. We can do the serfdom movement, that's fine. Delay the parliament? Nah. I mean, we could have. I actually had no reason not to. Maybe we can change our capital to a better location later. Yeah, we'd have to move the market as well, though, eh? That's the problem with moving the capital. You have to move the market as well. Otherwise... Well, I guess you don't have to, but... for institution spread purposes, it's super useful to move the market as well. I did think about moving it down to the coast, to Che Rama. I basically treat Che Rama as my capital anyway. So moving it to Che Rama would be super good. And... Is that something you can spend prestige on? No, stability. So we could move the capital to Che Rama, which would be much better. And move the market to Che Rama. That'd be costly though, eh? That'd be costly. I think that would be a later thing. And then we could just give away to Una. We don't really need it. I think he's spending our wood. Sorry, fellas. No die maker for you. Nice. So we probably should make the Tools Guild at some point. Where the hell is the Lucius Sea? See, look! It makes no sense. Their knowledge makes no sense. This guy who lives here knows about this sea, but he doesn't know about this sea. What the hell, man? Is this some sort of a joke? So I guess it was someone else we spied on to get this sea. Was it these guys? No. Is there anyone here? No. I'm sure it was these guys. I'm really sure it was the Kalinago. Let's try the Quicus. Have they got any maps? Yeah, let's spy on the Quicus. There should be like one secret hidden tribe that knows about Brazil. That'd be cool. COCOM are dominating, like they always do. You bet some Maya people have Brazil sea maps. You know, I didn't even think about that. You might be right. It's a valid point. Maybe we should spy on COCOM. For the Monpodge RGO, why maize instead of the honeycomb at their capital? Their capital's going to move. Their capital is going to move. We're going to steal most of their population. Thank you, Viper. That would have continually eaten up our wood. Yeah, we're going to steal all their population, and their capital will probably move to Mokana. Really, which one we develop will depend where their capital ends up. Should we build the tool? Oh, we can't. Should we build some fish? Pretty pricey, isn't it? And people say the Americas is a hard start. It's really not. It's a hard mid-game. Once the plague hits, that's when it gets sketchy. It's like a super easy start. Just a heads up, I'll have around 50 more gold by the time settlement finishes. Cool! As long as they don't delete Noj Petten. Which they do have a habit of doing. Well, I'm thinking we should build the Tools Guild. Then we should build the stone. Then we should build the lumber. So we actually want to be able to afford all three of these in an ideal world. Also, look, 100% prosperity. Sweet. Yeah. Gold on tools. That's why we're not spending. Rare sucks ass, but that's fine. We're in a post-air age. Well, that's not true. I did think about what if we just had a regency the entire time. Depending on the type of regent, it could be really strong. But the problem is that you lose a bunch of diplomatic capacity when you're a regent. But like different regencies give you different buffs. So there could be a regency which is like totally worth doing, eh? But you don't really get to pick your regent. No, you do. You do get to pick your regent. It's whoever has the most crown power. So like if you have a trader regent, you get a bunch of trade buffs. Stuff like that. Granary finished building. Cool. Any maps I want to steal? Yes, there's one more I want. This one. Mayab. There we go. Now we can see what COCOM's up to and what Noj Paten is doing. But we don't want to expand further. Let's take the tribal cohesion, eh? Right, let's... Should we build our tools guild? Should we hold off? I think we build it. Yeah. Because sometimes they do actually manage to get a small amount of tools, even if you don't have any stone. Oh, they'll definitely be sold by traders, definitely. But yeah, even if you don't have stone, they will make like a tiny amount of tools, which is enough to get you lumber, which is cool. I really don't want to help aristocracy. No, he's gonna die soon. Delay. Now I'm just gonna do bolster the government. It'll get us 6 tribal cohesion, which is valuable. And theoretically, it's nice if it passes. But even if it doesn't pass, we get 6 tribal cohesion. And I will trade 6 tribal cohesion for 7 stability any day of the week. Oh, I should check agendas. Good call. Same religious group policy. Nah. We are going to want prestige at some point. Potentially a really soon point. It's a shame we can't make anyone our rival. Like, I'd like to make him our rival. But our capitals are not close enough. I'd like to make literally anyone our rival. You know, even I can't even make this guy our rival. Our capitals are not close enough. It's actually impossible to get a rival early on. And by the time people show up, we're too strong to get rivals. It's really brutal. Like, if you're the strongest people in an area, you cannot get rivals. Which means you're doomed to have less prestige. Which means being a strong nation hurts your prestige. I'm just saying that doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, our chief died. Get that out of the way. Cool. He's got a wife. His wife has kids, but he doesn't. What sorcery is this? I guess she was married to our ruler's older brother. Oh, the guy who died. He got sloppy seconds with his brother's wife. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. We should probably... I think she's getting pretty old, actually. 35. Let's give him another wife. We can spend some of that cohesion we got. No, my prestige. Ah. It's fine. So we need 5 prestige to do that culture thing at some point. Check the market for tools. There's never tools in the market. Ever. Never, ever, ever. Not in a million years will there be tools in the market. But just for you, John, I will check the market for tools. But I guarantee there aren't any. There's never tools, there's never stone, there's never lumber, except at the start of the game. There are never tools in the market. And when you say the availability of the market in the Maya area, I don't know what you mean. Clay pit just finished. Thank you. We do all our trading with Noj Petten. All our trading. It's like the only people I would ever trade with. Noj Petten. And it's pretty profitable, honestly. Got a year and a half to go. Good. Get that monthly development. Mildly helped. Actually increased it by like 50%. So that's pretty cool. And this guy's developing pretty fast. So that's also pretty cool. I don't think we'll hit 20 development in time, but you never know. Interesting. I think I should have appointed someone. Well, that guy finally died. Oh, the market that had wheat in it last game that nuked my market. Yeah, that's why we're not exploring up here, so that we don't know about it. Notch Petten didn't nuke our market. It was the market up here that did it. We explored and we found a market up here that screwed us. Probably expand RGOs. I'm not risking it. I'm not risking it. See that probably? Whenever there's a probably in this game, you've got to assume whatever you're assuming will probably be true is not going to be true. That's what I think, anyway. There's no shot I'm risking spending our money. Remember how long it took us to seed Monpodge last time? It took us forever. We're also behind schedule. For some reason, even though it's never mattered before, never, ever, 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 ever mattered before, not having this guy on made this take 12 years instead of 10. I think. Cool. Right. Build the stone. Ideally, build the lumber. Did I change production method? No. Right. Let's settle Mom Podge. Also, we didn't get any cool events down here. And this is where it'd be nice to make Etianaka be... Where did I get 12 years from? It was at 91%, and it said there was 13 months left. Which doesn't add up, right? It should have been like 10, 11 months. Maybe it wasn't 12 years, but it was definitely not 10. Why? Whatever. So now we're going to want to... Priority now is either getting people working here or giving it to Mom Podge. We're pretty close to the point where we'll have to make that decision. Good call on that granary. It'd be nice to build settlements in these locations. I don't think we can afford it. But it would be really nice. Requirements not met anyway. We'd have to do it like post-plague. We can build one in Yaharo? Really? After the plague, was I planning to bum rush Moipoi? Moipoi. I don't know why here it says 0.00 tool. Okay, game. Sure. You mean Makoita? Bum rushing Makoita was very profitable. I can do settle tribesmen, but it won't help, right? Because unless I'm very much mistaken, which I might be, but I don't think I am, don't they have to be a tolerated culture to work? I really thought they had to be a tolerated culture to be a labourer. I'm pretty sure they have to be tolerated to be a labourer. They need satisfaction. Spy Network 73. Yeah, I'm saving up to see if we can get some tech off them. Oh, never mind. Well, in that case, I had no reason to do that because I'm not stealing these maps. I'm not willing. Let's just get rid of that spy network. Need to be tolerated to get satisfaction up. Yeah. I think there's a hard limit. Labourer, labourer. Where did I read that? I'm sure I read it in a tooltip once, because I've always believed that. I've always believed that since day one. Why have I believed that since day one? I don't know. There you go. Pops need to be a tolerated culture to promote. There it is. Boom. I will accept. Callum, you were right at any time. I remember that from our first day of playing. It became embedded knowledge. I've always believed it. I've never known why, but it's because of this tooltip. Now, this tooltip might be lying, to be fair. But I doubt it. Well, actually, why do I doubt it? Maybe it is lying. Let's check. And if we end up starving to death because we're settling tribes people, you know who's to blame. In an ideal world, we would make this lumber right now. Nice. Right, so now we're going to have both RGOs. That's going to be pretty cool. We just need to be able to get people to work on them now. Or give them away to Mon Podge. I'm just going to accept it's going to fail. It's probably going to take forever for that to finish. But that's fine. Now that we've paid for it, we don't have to worry anymore, right? We've got our 2 important raw resources. Very cool. Sorry, friend, you're not that important. So now we need... Well, we could use this as the seed provinces if we give them away. But ideally we save up enough to seed another province. Seed another thing. which we should be able to do. Right, these are getting chaotic. What have we got? Not enough tools. No shit. Coalition. No shit. Missing goods. No shit. Rebels. Who cares? Unprofitable. Who cares? Well, I guess I care. Also, how is it unprofitable? Literally everyone in the world wants to buy tools. I guess because there isn't cheap stone, that's why it's unprofitable. There isn't cheap stone. Also, yes, delete that. Although it's less important to delete it now because we've got the forestry being expanded. But we delete it anyway because 0.88. Is this going to go up? No. Yeah, whatever. We want them to build sand pits. If they built sand pits, I would let them keep them. I would totally let them keep sand pits. Because that's part of the production chain to build more markets. Okay, it's at 20%. 8 years. Good. Cool. We're gonna get laws next. It's gonna be pretty handy. I wish you could just tell it to never, ever, ever show me this alert. There's no scenario ever in which I care about this alert. Ever. I wish I could just turn this alert off, specifically. Because if a construction is missing goods, yeah, no shit, I can see that right here. You know? I don't need this popping up, distracting me. I'm sure in the previous game you could, like, control right-click or something to say, never show me this again. Maybe I'll give it a try next time it comes up, which will probably be in a month. I need to keep an eye on these peasants. Once it reaches 500, we'll stop settling. Although we should stop settling earlier because it's going to be making a bunch of peasants here that we really don't want. With the big enough realm, you probably can't see all of it on the screen. Yeah, that's true. But then with the big enough realm, you shouldn't be having those kind of problems. Not really. Okay, we're turning that off. Now I get to be truly proved right. Right, I want to... I guess I want to develop the province. Oh, all locations have to be core. Ooh. Okay, I guess I want to assimilate pops into our culture. After I increase control. It'd be nice if we could get an extra cabinet seat prior to institutions. You can get an extra reform, but no extra cabinet seat. And we just want to do this until this hits 14. Then we'll swap over to assimilate. Hey look, people are starting to work. So it lies. That tooltip that I saw lies. It just fucking lies. Do you have any idea how much in all my runs I've been stressing about culture capacity? For no reason. Well, I guess satisfaction is a valid reason, but... it really just lies. That's not cool. That's really not cool. Hey game, you see when you say there was no changes to the amount of labourers in the last month? And then you say there was minus 30. That's pretty uncool, really. That's pretty uncool. So it looks like as long as you convert their religion, they'll work. That's what it looks like. Because their satisfaction kind of normalizes if you convert their religion. Cool. So I was totally right about religion being important. Instead of culture. But I didn't know why I was right about it. But I was. Because the only guy who stayed working is the one guy who is Naoman. So, we want to... yeah, 12 is fine. We want this guy to assimilate to our culture. That's really good because it means we don't need to go down the research branch. No, not culture. God damn it. Religion. Yeah, that means we don't need to go down the research branch for culture capacity. That's awesome. So maybe I won't give these away. I mean, culture capacity is nice for coring. Let's just keep an eye on this. I feel like they all promoted and then I called the game out. And now it's hiding the fact that it was promoting people to be labourers. Is there anything else we want to be doing right now? I don't think so. So it looks like, yeah, as long as they're Naoma, they will start working. That's pretty cool. Just doing a building check. Awesome. Oh, I never need to worry about culture capacity again. Let's go. That's really awesome. Wait for it to show up in the next patch notes. Made it so that labourers do not promote unless they are tolerated cultures. Good. And it's so much easier to convert people's religion than it is to assimilate them. So much easier. That means I don't need to worry about prestige either. Yeah, exactly, right? It's like a double whammy. Oh, it's awesome. Because I was thinking, what do we research after we've got subject nations? And part of me thought, we have to go for cultural acceptance. But now it's like, nah, fuck it. The only reason we'd care about prestige now is to become a duchy. Before the population gets nuked. Yeah, they can finance themselves. Right, we're saving this money. I was about to spend it, but we're going to save it. I'm noticing our profit is going down. I was going to purchase, I don't know, something. Carpenter, maybe. Right, promote state religion. This is actually super important to pass now, eh? I mean, not important enough to give these guys primacy of nobility. No shot. Guess we'll just hope for good events. Hey, Regalia, let's go. Cool. Right, let's do our laws. Censorship. Now, I think strict censorship is a bit too harsh. I really think it's a bit too harsh. Some of the events you get are insane. Whereas limited censorship, it does get you that stability decay, which is nice. Yeah, I think we go limited. And here we go, equilibrium. And I am actually just going to pick this to get it off the list. And then here, I think religious teachings is fine. Because usually we don't take it because of spiritualist, right? But it's actually pretty good. If you're in a spiritualist land. Think I need cultural influence? Nah, man. No shot. We're in a post-cultural influence era. Usually I prioritize cultural influence massively. And what's it ever done for us? Cool. The big question is, do I give these provinces away? Now that they're actually working, I'm less keen to give them away. Maybe we should keep them. We only need cultural influence if we're going to be mass converting people, right? But we're going to be getting our vassals to do it. So they need cultural influence. We don't really need it. Think they'll be more profitable under a vassal? Yeah, I do as well, man. I do as well. I'm just a little concerned about giving away our core province. I mean, it's not core, but you know what I mean. Our main province. I guess we could claim them back again later. Maybe we claim them back later. We'll see. The main thing that'd be awkward, right, is usually I keep our population concentrated in this area. Which is nice because it means you can do, like, convert religion on this province. Whereas, if we split it along the coast, suddenly we can't use our actions on our entire population. Which is somewhat important. So I think I'll keep them. As long as I don't de-annex it again. Yeah. De-annexing really screwed us, eh? It really, really screwed us. It totally destroyed that entire run. We'll also have no control if given to a subject. Yeah, that's true. Well, depending where the capital is. It might end up here. Sometimes the capital ends up here. Then they'd have control. It very much depends where his capital ends up. But if we stole his coastline, then as long as it didn't go in Mahatis, well, yeah. But that'd encourage the subject to build roads, which would be nice. But I think we should keep it. I think my plan of giving it away is an interesting plan. But it's not necessarily the plan. I think I might delay enabling scootage as well. Because that takes more of their money, which means they snowball slower, right? So I think we should let them keep their money for a bit. Not all of it, but some of it. This is nice. I can't believe that tooltip's lied to me for so long. So you'll keep the locations so you can use the cabinet decisions. Why would I need to use them on those locations? Well, the problem is, right? So for what we do is we steal a bunch of Monpodge's population, right? Like loads of it. Like 2/3 of it. And we put it in these provinces for the most part. Well, look, you raise a valid point. But I like being able to... Eventually, I do fill these with, like, people from other places. And then it's nice to be able to convert people in all the places. Because you know how conversion is per location? So you really want your, like, convert people or whatever to be hitting as many locations as possible. So that it's converting as many people as possible. So that's why we would want to use them. I think that makes sense. That is a new market. Maya Patan. You'd say to counter that, hypothetically, we live in a post-population stealing age. That's true. That is true. Hypothetically, we do live in a post-population stealing age. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong on that one. Although we do steal Mon Podge's population because we want as many population as possible in our locations so that we can build more markets. Because the amount of buildings you're allowed to build is partially tied to population. Which is why that plague that murdered us screwed us so hard yesterday. Because we couldn't build any new buildings. My map shenanigans have screwed the market again. Maybe. I don't think they have access to wheat. So I think we're okay. For now, the prices are still fine. For the most part. We can just start importing fine cloth and see how it goes. Looks like it's fine. Looks like it's pretty good. It's up here where it starts to screw the market. So yeah, we want to steal most of Mon Podge's population, for sure. To increase the amount of buildings we can make. And I'm actually thinking about filling up these provinces. Normally I don't. Normally I leave these mostly empty so they're easier to core in the future. But I do want as much of their population as possible. So that when the plague murders us, we'll still have a decent population. And then we can worry about coring. Abandon the steel tech plan. Yeah, I abandoned it once I realised it was only like 1 month worth of tech. At that point, I was like, why am I even doing this? Considering we research everything. Research everything possible prior to institutions arriving. I am building a case for keeping these locations, for sure. Not stealing maps in the Andes. Yeah, we could do. And I do plan to. I just can't be asked to right now. Probably start stealing the maps to the Andes. Once we start settling down this way. That'd be the time to do it. I just can't be asked with dealing with it at the moment. It doesn't matter for now. And if I spread my attention too thin, I'm gonna start making mistakes on things that do matter, eh? Let's increase control there for 1 month. Nice. Now, we steal everyone they've got. Well, not everyone, but we steal a lot of their population. I hope our arrows are here. I guess we'll see. Good. Ooh, and we should... Well, we need to see where their capital's going to be. I was going to build some in, but let's see where their capital is once we've stolen their pop. Yaharo can hold so many people. It's crazy. Compared to everywhere else. Nice. Good timing. Right. What research do we want now? There's probably a case to be made for taxes. Yeah. Then we should get tribal religious values for the auto conversion. Then probably want this trade stuff. I always end up leaving that too late. Mining laws, pretty sweet. Although I always forget to actually apply it. Trade maintenance is super useful. Nothing else there matters. We're going to want Diplo capacity at some point. It's not vital yet, though. Is there anything else we care about? What is there? Oh, disease resist we want. What is there? Research boost and military-wise? There's not a lot. I mean, library. We'll want libraries. Military-wise, there isn't much that matters because we're not going to be fighting anyone, eh? For a long time. We should get distribution of power. And at some point, we should get can colonize. What's a chancery? Oh, it's a really good building, man. It's a really good building. It gives efficiency of cabinet and it gives literacy. You build it in your capital. It's really good. And you can build multiple layers of it. Like an armory or whatever. So you can stack them on top of each other. But you can't build them if you're a tribe. So, you know. It's kind of a moot point, as it were. Is there anything else we care about? Yeah, I know, right? There's so many good stuff where it's like you can't do it if you're a tribe. And it's like, okay then. But there's a lot of cool stuff that you can only do because you're a tribe. Like settle the frontier. So, you know. It goes both ways. I guess at this point we could get Diplo capacity, institution growth, and then we'll think about everything else. Cool. Settle the frontier is the main one, but the laws, I like the laws. Tribal, religious laws. There's a bunch of research that's tribe related. Well, that's culture, but maybe in the first tier, Settle the Frontier is the only one. Call of the Frontier. Wait, do you not have to be a tribe? You learn something new every day. Look, I swear there's a bunch of good tribal stuff. I guess the only one that's on the first tier is tribal religious values. Which is really good. It gives you religious tribe, which just auto converts people. Also, I should be checking here. There's this tree. quite a lot of good stuff in this tree. Subject income. Diplomatic relation. Oh no, that's reputation. I'm sure there's useful stuff here. Cheaper towns. More RGOs in towns. The good old Mediterranean galley. There is a bunch of army stuff here, but we don't care about that, eh? Not yet. Cool. It's crazy how many people can fit here. Look, this one's got 67 and it's maxed. This one's got 58 and it's almost maxed. This one's got 67. So this can have 117k. It can have like almost twice as much as these. I don't know why Yaharo is so special. I guess because... No, I don't understand. Why is it so much better than Rama? Is it the jungle vegetation? Yeah. Well, sort of. That gives it an extra 25k. Oh, but then percentages. Yeah. So I guess more people can live in the jungle than can live in the forest. Does that make sense? No. No, it does not. So how much can these hold? Woods. So jungle and woods can hold the same amount. Whereas forest can only hold half as much. That's interesting, eh? So these two... I guess the other way to do it is... Yaharo, Sikareti, and Kuramanao can hold a lot of population. And the others are kind of gimped. That's really good to know. For nefarious reasons. That means I could probably build a settlement in... Upa. No, wait. No, I can't build a settlement, I think. Anyway, let's keep stealing their pop. Now, do I want to steal more? I probably do. I probably want to put people in Kuramanao. Yeah, I see the granary. I also see this fishing village, which I might let live. It uses salt, right? Salt and tools to make fish. Well... No, we're going to kill it. Oh, another granary finished. Ah. I think I am going to send people to Kurama now. Also, if a granary really has finished. Oh, I can't delete it because they're building another one. That's so lame. Thought the game crashed there. Oh yeah, I can close it. Good call. Notice our income has massively dipped. It's not because of our trade. I think our diplomatic spending went up because of this extra land. Right, how many am I willing to steal? I don't feel too bad stealing their population because due to the difficulty setting, they get like a massive boost to their population. They get like plus 2% or something. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is. It really, really is. But I think we've stolen enough. We've stolen... yeah, loads of their population. We've stolen like 200k off them. Cool. And that means if we can get 25 prestige, now we could become a duchy. Pretty cool. So I guess the question then becomes... do we settle from Monpodge and hold off on making it a place? Or do we vassalize it and use people from Magdalena to settle? It's a tough, tough choice. I'll be right back, and then we can make a decision on it. I'm back. So I think what we do is... I've thought it through. I think we turn this into a vassal. I think we send people from here to settle this place. And then we steal all their population as well. Settle from Monpodge to an area with high pop, and then transfer the pops to Monpodge. So in future, if I annex them, it'll be good land. No, it'll be good land anyway. Never forget, they get the very hard buffs. They will convert that 60k into massive population. Massive, massive population. I think what we do... because there's loads of population here, look. For some reason, this place starts with like 64k. And there's quite a lot of population here as well. So I think we vassalize Monpodge, we settle this place, and then we do exactly what we did to Monpodge. We steal all their population and then vassalize them. It may very well be the perfect crime. We'll see. But I think that's what I'm going to go with. I've thought it through, pros and cons. My concern with settling from Monpodge is last time I did that, people from here started migrating back to Monpodge. Which was highly uncool. We ended up losing like 100k to people migrating back. So, I don't really want that to happen. So let's do it, eh? Do we have an heir? No. Are you our wife? Hang on. Cool. So she should, when she dies, pass that down to us. And that'll be cool. And then you are going to settle... Now, normally I go for Sinu first. But I think we should go for Tsukima. And we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Enforce culture? Yes. Definitely. I'm amazed that they're loyal. They usually start off disloyal. I guess because we took so much of their population. They're loyal. That's pretty sweet. Normally we have to improve opinion. Enforce religion. We should really do both. We should really do both. It delays... You can only do them one at a time, though. And it delays getting money off them. Post-enforced culture age. Well, no. We do want them to be our culture so that it cores when we take it. Never forget the coring problem. The coring problem is real. So... They have to be our culture for it to core. So we need them to do it so that when we annex them, it all immediately cores. Otherwise, it doesn't. Right, where's their capital? Is it Mokana? The post-coring era. Now you're speaking my kind of language. The post-coring era is actually viable. As long as you don't care about making money. Right. We want to seed them with... How does that place have fish? It's not even on the coast. And I find it hard to believe that it's the river. Post-money era. Potentially, right? Because... The only point we'd want to annex Monpodge is if we were expanding elsewhere. So it'd kind of transfer. But I don't think we are in a post-money era. Not currently. It's a small but plentiful river. I mean, it must be. It must be real plentiful. But then you'd think these guys would have fish as their export as well. And these guys. Unless they've just got more maize than they have fish. Or they're keeping all the fish for themselves. I think we give them... salt, because it's in their capital. Yeah. The guy on the other side's taking all the fish. Yeah, maybe. Cool. Right. And then this guy, we want to convert the province. Nice. Muy nice. And I think control will naturally rise as people convert. Because it's based on satisfaction, eh? Yeah. So that'll be cool, because then that will mean that when we do want to assimilate people into our culture, it'll go faster. Awesome. I was holding off on doing Parliament. Can I improve opinion with Mon Podge? Yeah. We should do that. Good call. Look how little they trust us. Why? Different religion group. But she's our wife. She's our wife, who we just gave half our land to. And she's like, I don't know. You're not really a believer. You don't believe in whatever these guys believe. Whereas she does believe. So you'd think she would, we wouldn't need to enforce religion. Like, hey, you're Tyronan, you're Naoma. Do you want to make your population Tyrona and Naoma? And she's like, I don't know about that. Sounds kind of sketchy. Although I always assume loyalty is the leader, but I guess it's not. It's the populace, right? The populace aren't loyal. If you think about it that way, it's fair enough. She's nothing more than a figurehead. Yeah, that's true. Plus, she's going to die soon, and then we're going to take over. Which is going to be pretty sweet. Our first fiefdom. I think I might need to restart the game. I should let them keep these granaries at some point. But it will not be this day. $10. It's always worth checking. Sometimes it goes to 8 years, and I really don't know why. Like, you can put someone with, like, 96 diplomatic ability, and it won't change it. But then sometimes, on a very rare occasion, it will do 8 years instead. I just have no idea why. It's very bizarre. Right. So we're going to need some money to seed this new guy. And that's going to be cool. So we're going to lose, like, what? Maybe 15k pop. Maybe 20k pop. Go in here. Thought there was a research/law that sped up settling. Yeah, but that's like the normal way of settling, right? That's colonizing. You know, the old colonizing way. There's a bunch of them that do that. But I don't think there's one that's supposed to increase settler frontier. Where did we just get trade capacity from? Oh, the fishing village. Maybe they are good. I don't believe they're good. Maybe they are. I'm going to let this fishing village live. Because it uses salt, and this guy's going to be making salt. So it kind of works. Maybe cabinet efficiency. Well, I thought that as well, but it must be like... The only way I could see it being that is if it's like a threshold. Because it always says 10 years. And it always goes up by 0.6 per month. But then... Maybe it's like you have to have a super overwhelming efficiency. And then it just cuts it by 20%. Like, it doesn't do it incrementally. It has, like, limits, like tiers. Like, oh, if your cabinet efficiency is above 100%, then we'll reduce it by 20%. Or something like that. Which doesn't make sense, because that's not how cabinet efficiency works, really. But, to be fair, I don't really understand how cabinet efficiency works. So... it's always a bit confusing. Because it always says, with an increase of 70%, we gain literally nothing. So it's super bizarre. Might use the same stats for the person who started it. Maybe? Maybe. I don't know, it's a big unanswered question that I'd like to understand, honestly. Because 8 years instead of 10 is a huge difference. Imagine how much settling we could get done if it only took 8 years. It'd be insane. I'm gonna hold off on this until we've got 7 stability. Maybe we should build more fishing villages. I am totally willing to piss off Mod Podge for 5 research. Nobles are killing it. Yeah, man. They really are. They really, really are. Which is a shame. You know why that is? It's this aristocracy. It's this stupid aristocracy. In fact, I'm so cheesed off with that. I'm gonna throw the traders a frickin' bone here. Yeah. No, she died. Ah, who the hell is Makudo? Look, Makudo. Just pass the reins of power over to me. He's just some random guy. With really bad stats. This is our heir, huh? If I'd known he was coming of age, I'd have maybe held off. Made him the, ruler. I don't mind losing some cohesion. We're about to get our taxes. And then it'll be Gucci. I did think we could live in a post-cohesion world, you know? It'd really save us a lot of cash. It'd save us a lot of cash. If we were willing to take the -5 satisfaction, equilibrium. Piss off the clergy, piss off the chieftains. Sorry, clergy. Think money invested in cohesion pays itself back? I think it depends. I really think it depends. Because, diplomatic spending is based on your tax base. You could probably figure it out via, like, math or whatever. Because your diplomatic, your whatever spending, your cost of court is based on your tax base. So it depends what that 5% estates is going to get you. Like, if they're already maxed out on tax, there's no reason to have the extra value. Well, there is, but not as much. Although I think the traders being happy increases production. I think I figured that out yesterday. Is that true? I think it is. Yeah, production efficiency, because they're happy. Although it's not much, eh? They're at 88% and you get an extra 2%. Wow, brilliant. It's kind of garbage. Also, literacy affects that. I didn't know that. See, this is why I don't, like, read wikis and stuff. I don't like it. By just poking around and digging into the mechanics and then learning stuff in an iterative process, I feel like you end up learning way more. That's why I don't watch tutorials or read wikis, because you end up just going down the same paths that everyone else goes down. Whereas we kind of come up with our own mad strategies, eh? Remember day one when it was like the starving meta and you just let everyone starve? That was actually a pretty strong strat before we switched to vassals. I will happily take 7 gold to piss off the chieftains. That's a hell of a deal. Aha! Money time. Right, I think we should build our silver mine. I think that's the next thing we want to build. Probably end up having blind spots, but it's more fun. Why would that matter? Yeah, exactly right. And blind spots are fine. I think. See, look, we could save like a ton of gold. It's just a question of would the 5% get us more money from taxes than we make by not cost of the courting it. I mean, later we would want to have cost of the court for the levy size, the rebel threshold, the great power score. There are various reasons that you want it. But I think early on, maybe we don't care about it. It is a significant chunk of income that could be better spent on stability. Which also increases satisfaction. So let's do that. Let's invest in stability instead of cohesion. Because I feel like stability has better bonuses, right? Maybe. It's hard to say. I think it has better bonuses. And then once we're making decent money, we can crank it up. What does tribe satisfaction do? I just keep it... I don't know what it does, but I keep it low so that average satisfaction in a province is higher, because all the tribes people are super stoked, which really helps with average. And tribes people don't work, so they never make you any tax anyway. So you're better off never taxing the tribes. Ever. The satisfaction increase is way better. Should probably invest a bit in both, as they both have diminishing returns. You know, tribal cohesion actually doesn't have diminishing returns. That's the one advantage it has. Okay, let's invest a little bit in tribal cohesion. I guess we don't need money at the moment. We've got enough to seed this guy. Although we could start working towards a marketplace. They are building sand. We could start working towards our marketplaces. No, no, tribal cohesion doesn't have diminishing returns at all. It's pretty good in that way. But I want stability because negative stability is brutal. Whereas you can't get negative tribal cohesion. A free town would be nice. I doubt we're going to get it, but it really would be nice, eh? A free town. Oh, that'd be amazing. Let's try for it. Well, we're not getting a free town. There's no shot we're getting that free town. We need the burghers to have high power, but to do that we'd need to actually build buildings. Let's get stability up to like 30. And then we'll make the switch. Chieftains sure are mad, but they'll get over it. I think it might be time to start automating some of the market. Noj Paten is gone. It's gone. But at least he made Mayapan, which I think can replace Noj Paten. So I think we're okay. Maybe. Maybe not. It's crazy how intrinsically tied we are to Noj market. When it goes away, we're really just fucked, eh? There's nothing we can do about it. Well, maybe we're not fucked. Maybe it's actually way better. Although I think it's gonna diminish. I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens. I miss you, Noj. You were a good market. Shit. Pissed off the chieftains too much. I'm gonna slip him a bribe. Build glass. Yeah. We've got 5 years till we'll want to seed this place. Probably do want the markets, though. You know what else we want? That trade office, eh? We should be able to build one here. Is that rural? Okay, we need to wait for him to build a town. 5 years at 0.6 is 36. Yeah. I think it's been taking all our settlers away. I think I need to give the commoners. Ah, shit. I think we need to give the commoners the right to migrate. See, the only money we're making trading now is with Chunsua. That's how you know the economy's going to shit. I don't trust you, market automation. I don't trust you. I'm worried that Noj dying is going to have killed the run. I'm really worried about that. I wish it didn't reorder these when you change the amounts. It does my head in. Like, you're trying to lower something, and it keeps moving. It really does my head in. Yeah, I am going to give the privilege to the commoners. Yeah. I was waiting for that to hit 5, but it has done. It pisses off the nobles. That's why I didn't want to do it. But they've still got a decent equilibrium. So it's fine. Let's try that. I think we need to make this silver. Oh, we can't. Never mind. I think we'll be fine once... Did I give this away before we researched taxes? I don't think it matters. Good. No, it does matter. Because he has to research taxes now. Shit. Now he has to research taxes on his own. Which means he's not going to be making any money. Which means he's not going to expand his stuff. Whoops. Oh, nice. Regionally well-known statue. Some of these censorship events are really good. Really, really good. New lesson learned. Yeah, man. That's a big one as well, because God knows when he'll research taxes. Might take him forever. But that's fine. He's not going to be paying anything for a while anyway. So we are going to get him to convert religion as well. As soon as he's loyal enough. It would be cool to see what he's currently researching, yeah. I really thought people were going to migrate here. It's stealing all the important people, is the settlement. That's what's happening. We're getting out-competed. No, but I want these books. I guess I don't want these books, it's fine. It'll be interesting to see when he does research taxes. I mean, maybe he makes money anyway. Otherwise, we're going to have to start building stuff for him. Which would not be ideal. I'm going to keep that, but I'm going to turn it off. I don't want to be paying the building upkeep. We'll let the fishing village live. I think there's a diplomatic option that's like give them technology. There's like a share technology one. But I think it might just be for institutions. My brain shut down for a sec there. I think it's just for institutions. $10 to piss off the chieftains is a pretty good deal. As long as you don't end up having to bribe them. Our heir died. That's fine. We've got a new heir. Younger. And I'm going to give him another wife. I feel like we're doing better this time. The only thing I'm not sold on is the fact that I've been taking people from Una. Right, something I was going to do. I was going to see if we can get loyalty up to 50%. We can't. Okay. Because if we can get loyalty up to 50% by spamming diplomatic spending, then we can enforce religion, and then we can just drop it again immediately, and it won't cost us anything. This guy died. Okay. Now this guy's amazing. You would think that would speed this up, but it hasn't. We could actually be making a decent amount of cash. Oh, fun farming estates, yeah. That'd be amazing. Once we're not dumping money into cohesion and stability, I think our cash will be fine. Right, we can afford one negative event. Right, we can afford no more negative events. This is starting to piss me off. There is no... There we go. I should solve it. So what's happening there is... this is changing its efficiency. Thanks to the problem with tools. Which means every month it's changing our trade capacity. Which is brutal. Really, really brutal. So we'll just automate the amount that we're getting from the fishing village. Yes. Free fruit farms. That's awesome. Although it only increased the limit 'cause we hadn't maxed it out, eh? Shame. That's still super useful though, because when we turn this into a town, hopefully that limit increase stays. Right, I don't think we need to spend this much on stability. Hey look, he's building stuff. Or his burgers are. Looks like he still hasn't researched taxes. So I guess his people are getting more money because he's not getting the taxes, so they're going to build stuff. I mean, that works for us as well. So that's pretty cool. Current heir is not married. I really thought he was. Oh, I was going to check. Can I scam it? Not yet. Right, settlement's almost done. Then we can steal the population. And live the dream? Maybe? I'm actually not sure that we should steal the population, you know? Going to be a lot of people who don't buy into our religion / culture. Going to be a lot of people. However, there's no denying I do want that population. Let's increase control for 1 month. And let's encourage migration to Sikarati. It has a habit of getting turned into a town. And then let's kick everyone out. I don't think we'll take as many of their pop. No, we haven't got our arrows. Hang on. Can't have that. We need our arrows. I think this is a really strong start. We can make our heir the ruler of Tsukima. That'll be cool. Yeah. I don't like that they're just leaving to random places, but it's fine. I guess it means he'll have a lot of population in his... Why? Sure. Yeah, he'll have a lot of population in his capital, which will help him out, I guess. Really not sure how many of their population we should steal. We know this place can hold like 100k. Take the money. Maybe that's all we should steal. It's starting to slow down. Yeah. Now, this time, I think we want to settle from Tsukima. And I think we want to settle this way. It's pretty important. Because we need those medicaments, right? Because once we get over here, we're going to want to start settling this stuff with the old-fashioned settling method. Cool. And you should be... I thought I told you to do this. Awesome. So our trades are okay. See how he's just not spending anything. Super annoying. We'll take over. Now, hopefully there's people here who are willing to work. Looks like there are. Good. Should have probably put some people in Adagani, but that's alright. Sweet ass mining law. I always go burger. Burger controlled. So why break a trend? Cool. How loyal are you? 33. That doesn't look like 33 loyalties worth of income. I feel like they don't have taxes. Well, they definitely don't. But I feel like them not having taxes is affecting us. We're not getting any income from them. So, let's do the little scam. We can increase Diplo spending. Whoop. We can go to them. We can enforce culture, religion. And then we can lower it again. The perfect crime. Nice. I would like to spend this cash. We'd probably spend it on some of this lumber for when we give this away. Oh, yes. I don't think this matters, really, but we can do it. Really need someone for this guy to get married to. I don't want to marry a lowborn. Let's try promote state religion. And I would like to... Wow, this guy's really good. Shit, there's something I was going to do. What was it? What the crap was I going to do before I got distracted by that guy's traits? I was going to... Lower stability spending. That's what I was going to do. Cool. Awesome. Do I want this heir to die? Yes. Yes, I do. So let's put him on the council. It's pretty much a guaranteed way to get your heir killed. Put them on the council. Someone will murder them, for sure. This guy really needs to research taxes. And I'm going to let these buildings survive. Like, this creates stone out of wood. Which is a pretty good deal considering this place isn't really making stone at the moment. That's pretty cool. That trade maintenance should help quite a bit. I mean, it looks like it did literally nothing, but it should help. Well, so much for getting that guy killed, eh? I suppose that's fine. He does need a wife. Who isn't old. We'll just marry a lowborn, it's fine. The only reason I didn't want to do it was for the economy hit, but we're already getting the economy hit, so it's alright. It really is BS that he's not giving us any money. I mean, it's not BS at the moment, but never forget, he was at 33% loyalty and was still giving us nothing. I mean, surely he'll research taxes one day, eh? Surely. Unless he's figured out his own scam. He's like, hey, if I don't research taxes, I don't have to pay anything. Which is a pretty good scam, honestly. Normally I like that humanist event, but well, I'm less keen on it now. So it is making tools. So I would expect that to build at some point. Research tax, you son of a bitch. Good we got that disease resistance out the way. It doesn't really help, but it's better to have it than not. See, this is slowly building. Hopefully it's done by the time Settle Sinu's done. Let's try and promote a member of the clergy. Well, we should actually try and increase naval infrastructure, but that's never going to pass, whereas member of the clergy might pass. Not going to give tax exemption for it, but good event. Just need 2 more good events. Ah, well. It is what it is. So it's good that our lumber's working now. We really need this to kick in. But I'm not going to promote tribespeople. I really thought migration would solve that. Starting to feel like I got conned into giving them migration. They're not even going to use it. Bastards. Cool, distribution of power. Favor the wealthy. Traditional distribution. Might be okay. Yeah, let's go traditional distribution. We're in a post-Crown Power era. One day he's going to research tax, and it's going to be a good day. I mean, it doesn't matter too much. We'd be getting what? Well, we'd be getting like 0.5. No. We'd be getting 20% of his income. 20% of his tax base. Yeah, so I guess it would be like 0.5. 0.4, 0.5 ducats. That's actually quite significant at this point. Cool. I guess we can marry this guy off. No, we can't. I hope COCOM don't start settling. Oh boy, do I hope they don't start settling. Oh, cool. Our heir, our presumptive heir, is intelligent. That's nice. You know, I don't think this lumber's going to be done. Which is kind of crazy. But we're going to start getting stone, guys. That'll help. Settlement's almost done. Then we vassalize these guys. Live the dream. Sort of. Nice. Very cool. So now we can just keep chaining our settlements. Awesome. You're a bit old. Gonna trust she's not gonna die. Although she might. And then new subject. And it's going to be run by our wife. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Because then we should have the same heirs. That'll be pretty cool. Now we just need that to finish, and they will actually have a tax base, which would be way cool. How much time does it take to settle the frontier? It's probably still... It's a good question. Still 10 years. Even though this guy's totally goated. But our cabinet efficiency sucks, because this guy sucks balls. But still, it's still 10 years. Kind of BS. What? Does that trade say minus 45,000 ducats? You gotta love auto trade, eh? You gotta love it. We'll be getting rid of that trade. Dumb fucking game. Look, game, can you stop it? Can you stop, please? Please, I'm worried that's actually going to... I mean, I feel like I need to do it for science. I need to let it... Riddle me this, though, right? We've got 3.64 trade capacity. Where did we just get a bunch of it from? Because I didn't build anything. Sinu Trade Expedition. What? So in his parliament, he must have decided to do a trade expedition to us, which is giving us the trade capacity? That doesn't seem right. In fact, no. Sinu is our land. What the hell, man? I don't know where we're getting this trade capacity from. Because I didn't do a parliamentary thing. I didn't do a trade expedition. I also didn't build this, to be fair. It's all very confusing. But I'm certainly not going to complain about an extra 5 trade capacity. In a lot of ways, this game seems to be coming apart at the seams lately. Maybe it's because I'm on the beta branch. Could be because I'm on the beta branch. That would make sense. He really needs to research goddamn taxes. This is out of control. Well, we're allegedly making money off him. I don't think I'd buy that. Or is that off the other guy? That's probably off the other guy. No, it can't be off the other guy. Whatever. I'm sure it'll equalize, normalize, something eyes. I would like to promote the state religion, please. Now we're up to 9. Who the hell are the Tatoi people? And how do they have such a high trade advantage? Trade focus. Fair enough. This seems totally fucked. I've got no idea why we've got this capacity. I've got no idea why he's spending for fucking... He's losing money giving Chunsua stuff. Why? Why? I hate the stupid AI. I mean, these ones are on me. Okay, cool. Did I enforce culture on this guy? No, not yet. We can definitely do it, because this lumber mill ain't finishing anytime soon. I think we're out of worthwhile research. For the most part. Except that's subject income, I guess. This makes no sense. I feel like 0.01 Diplo income is just not playing ball. Considering his tax base. Can I... see why? No? There's no way it's loyalty based. He should be paying more than that based on his loyalty. It has to be that he hasn't researched taxes, right? But that doesn't seem right. Okay, look, this trade is doing my head in. Why? Why? Minus 79 gold. Stupid fucking auto trade bullshit. I'm gonna go back to owning the market. Auto trader can't be trusted. I'm not giving away our tools. Well... yeah, no, I'm not. Believe. Believe in the process. That's the trick. At least we're making a small amount of cash instead of throwing money into the ether. Oh, I love this event. It's like, here, do you want some really good art in exchange for clergy satisfaction? Yeah, I definitely do. It's awesome. Like, that triggers quite often. You end up getting loads of good art. The True Rock. Now, it doesn't really help with prestige, but it does help with assimilation speed and institution growth. So you really want as many of these as you can before the institutions show up. The institution growth really adds up. It's awesome. Burger literacy gives development growth. Oh, really? Hmm. Hey, look, location imports gives development growth as well. That's interesting. Oh yeah, literacy of burgers. Oh, that's really cool. We need to make our extra towns. But we need to make our money first, really. I guess diplomatic income is starting to increase. Ever so slightly. Yeah. Emphasis on the slightly. Although I think that might be from him, you know. Now that he's got his lumber up and running. I'm actually tempted to give him another lumber. I think I will. Oh, I didn't enforce culture on them. I really thought I did. No. Oh, well. We get dyes from Mayapan, and we give them to Chunsua. Maybe that'll work. As long as we're not losing money, I consider it a victory for now. .04. These numbers just don't add up. Mompodge is now 50% loyal. They are a vassal. That means they give us 20% of their income. 20% of 2.34 is not 0.04. It's just not. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Now, I thought it was because they didn't have any tax. That's tax-based, not income. But I thought we got them pre-tax. So if we look at them, their capital's here. Surely we take it before everyone else gets a cut, right? Surely him being our vassal, we wouldn't say, oh, once you've given your chieftains their share, and the clergy their share, then we'll take 20% of what's left. But maybe that is what it is. Maybe that is how it works. But it can't work that way. There's no feasible way that it works that way. Because if we get 20% of his... He's not making any money, right? He's not making any money. He can't be trading. He's not getting any taxes. So where the hell is this income coming from? I don't know, but I don't buy it. Trading, maybe. How, though? Well, actually, he's got market villages, that's how. Okay, so he's got market villages. He's able to trade with those. And we get 10%, no, 20% of the profit from his market villages. Great. He really needs to research taxes. For his benefit and ours. I am actually going to transfer those tools. Because they're going to take them anyway. We might as well be in charge of the trade. Let's go member of the clergy. I might do that. It's actually a pretty good deal. We'll see if we need to. So doing it would not make it pass. Okay. Cool. One day this guy's going to research trade, and our income is going to really, really work wonders. It's going to be great. But we're not making income now, which is a problem. Because, we need to seed this. Do you reckon he's just never going to research taxes? should definitely have it by now. It wouldn't surprise me. Maybe we should annex him and re-release him. I actually think that might be the right call. Although we'd have to... No, it's not the right call. We'd have to enforce culture and religion again. I'm just not willing to do that. I'm going to trust that he will research taxes at some point. Even though I don't particularly believe that he will. I'm pretty sure the game is going to be like, he's a tribe, why would he research taxes? The game loves pulling that kind of shit. Like how tribes don't settle the frontier. You don't need both culture and religion for core, no. I just like doing religion. I don't really have justification for it. Most of the time I don't bother enforcing religion. But part of me feels like I should, which is why I do it at the start. Nice. So we can almost afford fiber crops for this guy. That's good. First do culture to get caught and control to change religion faster. Yeah. I think I think I won't bother with religion. Because yeah, once it's called, the auto ticking religion is pretty good. Plus eventually we've got way more cabinet members than we know what to do with. So they can go around fixing up people's religion. Let's make enough money to seed this guy. You know, it's awfully tempting to, who do you want to marry? Nah, I can't do it. Sorry, buddy. It's awfully tempting to reclaim this guy's coastal provinces. It's real tempting. Cool. Once that's done, we'll be living the proverbial dream. I'll have no control. Well, I was hoping we'd have a bit from the sea. But yeah, we probably wouldn't have any. Right. Let's make our new vassal. Hopefully this guy... Well, no, we're gonna... It's gonna be a while till he makes us money. Do we have a wife who can... No. We'll send our heir. Why is loyalty going down? Whatever, man. I swear, the more I look into the mechanics of this game, the more it's like, what's going on? Right, so Tsukima should start paying us taxes now. He's actually making income. So, that's pretty cool. And he has taxes. So we should be living the dream. We really just need this guy to research goddamn taxes. Like, come on, man. That really is an important lesson learnt for next time, eh? Cool. Burger literacy. What trait did he get? Goal orientated. Great. I feel like we pseudo hamstrung ourselves by not having this guy have taxes. Because he's not expanding as much as he could. And we're not getting as much money as we should. It's pretty brutal. To be fair, though, I guess this guy, as long as he converts the religion, or converts the people, we can just annex him. I suppose. If he's not playing ball with, like, giving us stuff. We'll just annex him once he Once he converts everyone to be Tyronan. That can be like his job. If he's not going to give us money, that's his job. Hey look, he's building settlements. Cool. Wish I could build settlements. Ah, we got that negative event. That's why people aren't converting. Cool. Groovy. It's tempting to build medicaments for this guy. I think I'm gonna. We're gonna need them reasonably soon for expanding down here. Right, so I can enforce culture on this guy now. But he's... It's very interesting that this is climbing. Has he really been making more market villages? Because that's the only way he could be making money, right? Is market villages. And he hasn't. He's got one. I guess maybe he's just making better trades? Maybe. Alright, let's enforce culture, get it out the way before we miss his income too much. You'd think at some point he'd be like, wow, taxes would really be useful. He's going to be our little experiment. Will he ever research taxes? That is the question. Yes, more art. Let's go. I love this censorship stuff. It's really good. As long as you don't do strict censorship, which has like insanely bad events. Like slight censorship is pretty damn decent. God damn it, 1 second. Cool. Looks like we're not going to have enough to seed Nergua when it arrives. But if we're enforcing culture, it doesn't matter too much. I should be able to, like, give him research. I should be able to say, like, hey, buddy, do you want to know how taxes work? Hint, hint. You know? I'm trusting that he'll get to it one day. Sort of. Cancel that. Cancel that. We need enough diplomats to enforce scootage. Not scootage. The other thing. Looks like he's not settling down here yet. That's good. Who gets to run this place? Some old lady with no kids. You'll do. Lest I forget, let's settle again. And we need to seed this guy. Where's his capital? Annoyingly, it doesn't actually show us his capital. So you just got to poke around till you find it. There it is. Let's get him. Oh my god, that's insane. That's like the worst capital of all time. Nice. Let's get him that maze. It's fine. Right, I want to check something. 10 years. It's actually going up faster than usual. Normally it goes up by like 0.6 per month. It's going up by like 0.9 per month. Interesting. Muy interesting. Right, Pataguana. Let's enforce culture. Cool. Diplo income is still dog shit. He built a town. That means we can build one of those trade offices. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, we should be getting way more income than this currently. It's a shame. I should have realised him not having taxes would propagate across. Or us not having taxes would propagate across to him. I should have realised that. Rookie mistake. This one's so great apart from that as well. I'm going to try some in. You know, if this gives him taxes, I'm going to be incredibly mad. So brace yourselves. You got lucky. Cool. And really all we want to be doing now is seeding dudes, eh? Just seeding them. I want to have a look. Why are we making no money off him now? Great. He really is a turd. He's not even converting people to our culture. This guy is a douchebag. I feel like every run there's something that goes wrong. And then I calibrate it. And then someone else goes wrong. I'm going to trust that this is a minor setback. A minor setback. Don't get me wrong. There's a big part of my mind that's like, restart. But I'm going to take it on faith that stupid, stupid Monpodge will one day research taxes. So we should be getting income from him soon. Or now, rather. A little bit. I want to compare his income. I want to compare these two's income. See how much we're missing out on. Cool. With the heir to Tsukima. I think I need to throw Monpodge under the bus. Just stop improving them. They've gone too far. They've pushed me to my limit. Even Tsukima should be making his income now, right? Yeah. And Monpodge is still sitting at 0. It's annoying. Are they at least growing their population? Yes. Their population recovers really fast. Really, really fast. So that's something at least. You would think he'd be like hyper incentivized to research tax. Like hyper incentivized. But I guess not. This guy's the golden child. So the reason this guy's income is so important is he's the first one, so he snowballs really fast. He's actually got a lot of good stuff here, like the maze, and, well, pretty much the maze. He does have the maze, which is important, and the livestock, and I guess the beeswax, and the legumes. He's got loads of good stuff. He's got loads of good stuff. So you really want him to snowball hard, like really, really snowball. Then that lets you snowball everyone else. And then that lets you buy all of your towns for every single province. And get your libraries and get your markets and all that stuff. This guy not pulling his weight is really brutal. Really, really brutal. And I'm going to keep checking him all the time. And every time I do, I'm going to get a little bit more annoyed. Tell you, it's not going to be a fun time. Like, if you ignore Mon Podge and you take him out of the equation, we're doing really well. Like, really, really well. It's just very hard to, take Mon Podge out of the equation. Every time our income skyrockets, I'm like, Mon Podge? But it's not. Nice. Uh-oh. Who the crap are these guys? Tlatakayotl of Akalawakan. That's a little concerning. We need to start settling here. Now we can core Nergua, get in some maize. Not core, seed. We can seed Nergua. And create him. How old are you? 35. Let's not give it to the heir then. Our wife? Let's give it to our wife. Cool. And horse culture. Awesome. The perfect crime, kind of. You really just came of age. You son of a bitch. I guess that's fine. You know he's never going to build any RGOs. Ever. Come on, buddy. Look at your tax base. Just research taxes, please. Please. That's all I ask. Just do something that'll be beneficial to you. I know. The AI doesn't like doing stuff that's beneficial to it. But it would really help. It would really, really help. You know what? I'm going to try for a town. I mean, we'd need 3 super positive events. It's not hugely likely, sadly. He built a building! I thought maybe that meant... I don't know why I thought maybe that meant he'd have research taxes, but I guess it was wishful thinking. The most wishful of thinking. Sorry, Joe Mosinu. What's he building? I mean, fair play to him. That is going to get him some more trade capacity, which will let him make some more money without having taxes. So he has built something arguably useful. On the assumption that the money we're getting is from trade. But look, Sinu's outstripped him so much. See how fast he's improving himself. Despite the lack of a tax base. That's why it's so frustrating that he won't just research taxes. Uh-oh. I'm right on the cusp, by the way. I'm right on the cusp of starting again. Every time I look at Mon Podge, it pisses me off. Every time. It's like a scratching an old wound. Made worse by the fact it's my fault. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Although timing-wise, actually, we got subjects at just the right time. I don't know how you'd get taxes earlier while still keeping the pace going. I guess you'd keep Mon Podge and you would use it to settle. That's what you'd do. You'd keep Mon Podge and you'd use it to settle, which was the other option that we had, right? You would do that. And that would A, not nuke your production during the settlement of Tsukima, and B, it would give you time to research taxes and subjects before you created them. So it'd be a double whammy of a hit. It's fine, it only cost me a little. No, I think you're underestimating how much Mon Podge snowballs. It doesn't only cost us a little, man. If he never researches taxes, it costs us a lot. You know, last run, by now, our Diplo income was like probably double our trade income. And Mon Podge had like double our tax base, at least. Like, it's no joke. It doesn't only cost us a little. Mon Podge not snowballing is brutal. Really, really brutal. Which is why it's pissing me off so much. If only we had used Mon Podge to settle, we'd have avoided this path entirely. You're not going to like what I'm doing. Every minute that I'm in that run, I think, should we start again? Eventually the answer comes up, yes. And we have reached that point. Now, you could argue that we've just wasted 4.5 hours. But you could also argue that we haven't. Because we learnt something very, very valuable. Very valuable. And I would rather have a clean start than lose out on the Mon Podge potential. Which really is massive potential. Like, I can't overstate just how important Mon Podge is. I'm going to reboot the game. Mon Podge is like the core of our strat, basically. And it's gonna fix a lot of our other problems. Maybe be another nation for one time. Nah, man, I'm on a roll. Why, when I've almost perfected this strat, would I Switch. I will make Tyrona a great power. That is the goal. We had our little break with the Andes runs, and that was cool. But my current goal is to make Tyrona a great power. And if that means starting again to optimize Mon Podge, that's what we do. That's what we do. Hey, he's pretty good. Pretty young too. And his kids don't suck ass. See? Even the game's like, I'm gonna reward you for starting again. Even the game knows it was the right call. Now am I looking forward to this first 10 years? Nah, not really. But I am very interested to, once we use Mon Podge to settle Tsukima, I think that point is going to get very interesting. Right, I should know all this off by heart, eh? Land rights for prosperity. Partial yield, I think we give them. There's also probably a case to be made for not giving the nobles quite as much power. I really went ham giving the nobles stuff. Communal Alliance is nice. It's really nice. It's like one of the best ones. And that's it for now, I think. I wonder what market attraction actually does. Let's get building rights. We can actually give the traders loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. Because we never build any buildings, eh? So there aren't ever that many burgers. Definitely want that prosperity. See, I really don't mind starting again. I've got that mindset. Iterative development. It's like when I'm coding and I've been coding for like a month and then I'll throw it all away and just start again and write exactly the same thing. Just slightly more optimized. It's the same mindset here that makes me really not mind starting again. The only one I'm considering here is trade capacity plus 10%, which I think we'll take. And then the clergy, the good old clergy. They had a few things I wanted. I think we don't care about assimilation speed anymore, because we learnt that in that last run, right? You literally don't need to assimilate people. So maybe we don't give the clergy anything, except maybe efficiency of the cabinet. Yeah, I think that's all we give them. Cool. Why would you ever give them tax exemption? I guess if you were researching... Yeah, if you were research focused, you'd go with tax exemption. Let's get the food consumption. And that might be all we give them, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. Screw the nobles. Cool. Right, research priorities are... mixed up a little bit this time. Call of the Frontier. Quarrying Metallurgy. I mean... terrace farming. Quarrying Metallurgy. And then the big difference, taxation, then subject nations. Instead of subject nations, then taxation. That's the big change. That's the Mon Podge saviour. Cut food spending. Turn off market automation. And live the dream. Sort of. Destroy the buildings. Could argue we could just turn them off, but... what could I say? Cool. Develop and... oh, what's the second thing we do? I can never remember. I think last time we strengthened government. But I don't think there was any reason for it. I think we should change the societal value. But which one? Hello, Montana. Probably get rid of aristocracy. Yeah, cool. Way cool. Nice. That's everything set up. Happy days, eh? It's a while since you visited and you're glad to be back. Yeah. This is where all the cool kids hang out and criticize my decisions. And rightfully so. Right. Never go up to full speed for the first month. It's a good rule of thumb. Maybe this time Nodge Paten won't get destroyed. Oh, that'd be nice, eh? Can you imagine? Nodge Paten. The king of the trades. Da da dee dum dee da dee dee da. Now we can crank it up. Da da dee dum dee 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 dee. Can we? Oh shit! I almost forgot. Oh, that would have been a disaster. Lumber. Yeah. We need to grab this lumber. Cool. Only thing that reminded me about that lumber was the fact that I want to build this. Really? You went insane in like the 3rd month. Great. Let's give it 1 more month. Nice. Keep an eye on the market. This is a nice relaxing point. Also, 5 research. Amazing. Hope we get that again. This is a nice relaxing part of the run where we don't really have to do much. Just keep our eye on the trade. And fix things up every so often. I feel better about this run already. You got no idea. I feel so much better about it. It's like a weight has been lifted. I would like to bolster the government. It's gonna fail, so let's get some cohesion. And we're not gonna grant land rights to the chieftains. We're not crazy. Let's just accept this is gonna fail. Oh, we're hovering on negative income, but that's alright. The agricultural boom will actually get us quite a bit of money, I think. Maybe. It depends. Agricultural boom is a bit sketchy. No, it's the bad one. I mean, it's still fine. still beneficial. But it is the bad one. Let's swap out this for this. Let's swap out this for this. Just got to juggle these like every so often. Hopefully the lumber is done sooner rather than later. Hopefully. Then we can make a little bit more cash. Poor chieftains. Poor chieftains. Need to keep an eye on buildings as well. I don't think Viper's around to keep me on the straight and narrow with that, so I need to pay sort of attention to it. Sorry traders, can't do it. You know, this is already going pretty well. That 5 extra research really helps. Who wants to get married? Sorry, lady. Can't do it. I got big plans for you. That cabinet dynamism is kind of ass, but it does help. Really wish we could make a rival. That'd be sweet. Can't be granting privileges. We've got to have some standards. And that's pretty much where they are. No privilege granting. Not anymore. So in a year we can settle. That's going to be sweet. And the lumber has run out. Awesome. Happy days. We can crank this up a bit. No, not you. Crank this up a bit. Maybe not that much. Let's introduce some new stuff into the ecosystem. Cool. Let's see how stable they are. Pretty stable. Cool. Guess he could go down a bit. We could bring in a tiny bit of amber. Yeah. Awesome. Right. Now we get to do our shiz. Let's settle the frontier. And now it's important that we make a decent amount of cash by the time that's done. We just do a building check. Looks like we're clean. Good. We could probably reduce this a bit. We could get some tobacco. Keep an eye. See, ideally you want the prices to be going up. It's tricky though. I guess even just them being normalized somewhat is nice. Someone is increasing at 0.9 per month, which I think accounts for 10 years. If you don't know what that means, trust me, it makes sense. Neither of you two ladies get to get married. I'm sorry. You're very important. You know, I think we need to do a little bit of spying. Because if he comes down here and he takes Nodge per 10 and he moves it up here, we lose access to the market, right? I think that's what happened on that one run. So I think we do actually need to do a little bit of spying. Just a little bit. Let's spy on a bunch of small guys. A bunch of small guys who are likely to know about that stuff. Cool. It's going smoothly so far. I mean, it's early days, but it is going smoothly. Good. that minus 20 stability really stings. Or minus 12, rather. Especially now, because I'm going to have to... Yeah, I don't really want him to die. Are we going to be stuck in the negative stability hole? I guess we'll see. I don't think it particularly matters. Bolster the government. Get some cohesion. This isn't going to pass, but that's fine. Sort of. It's going to keep us in the stability hole. Well, we almost got out of the stability hole. Almost. Let's do a building check. Ah, you sneaky bastards. Look at that. That's why you have to do the building check. Or keep an eye on this side of the screen. But considering I'm looking at this side of the screen, it's very easy for this stuff to sneak through. It's very important to look here. Wow, our tribal cohesion's doing really well. Considering we tanked it at the start. What a blessing, consort, whoever is. Sharing is caring. Nice. This is like the best trade income we've ever made. Where the hell is Jolom Konob? What the hell? Please don't move the market, dude. That's all I ask. Just don't move the market. He's not going to move the market. He couldn't afford to even if he wanted to. Just in case, though. Need diplomats. No, incompetent diplomacy is screwing us. How long for? The next 7 years. Ooh. It's fine. I believe he won't move the market. I have complete faith. Kind of miss it being called Nodge Paten, but that's okay. As long as he doesn't move it, we should be fine. You're not married, huh? That's a real shame. Wait, we've got 100 gold. What the hell? When did that happen? Wow, I've really not been paying attention. Cool. You know, if we could get 25 prestige, we could become a duchy. No, we couldn't. Not enough population. I don't think we want to spend this gold, though. Yeah, we don't. We need to keep it. Although I would like another farm. We missed out on the cheap farms. I would really like another farm. We need... I'm gonna hold off. It's really just that simple. Nice try, buddy. No clay pit for you. I'm trusting that the economy's fine now. Also, quick. Steal a map of here. In case he does move it. Cool. Probably need that one as well. If he moves that market, we are actually screwed. But I doubt I'll be able to afford it. It's usually the mines who move the market. Cool. Now we just need tool mining, and we can build all of our buildings. That negative stability hurts. Important thing to note is this guy is losing his power, which is very good. Oh, nice. We got our stability back. We lost our stability. It's very much an up and down kind of thing. You're just reliant on events. Let me just check the market. We can bring that down. We can bring that down. Probably bring that down. And then we can add another good. Which one though? I feel like we've got no use for mercury. I will take some salt off these guys. A little bit. You know what? If the game says we can make money off mercury, fine. I believe you, game. When no one else would. Right, that should be pretty good. You could argue it made no difference. And maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't. Just need to keep an eye on COCOM. Central America's service provider. Maybe I should give them marriages. He's getting pretty old. Marry a lowborn. It's fine. I would like to fund the farming estates. Probably get some events that make that fail, but at least it's starting off positive, eh? Salt isn't worth it. Okay. I guess we can just put a little bit more into... Are we getting chili? No. Cool. Maybe cool. I was going to say steal another map, but we can't. Nice, right. Now, we need to build this stone. Ideally build this lumber, but we can't. And then we need to... Well, first thing we need to do is settle Mom Podge. Cool. Which is still going to take 10 years, even though we've got 118%. Which is a little whack. And then we need to build our tools guild once this kicks in. And then we need to build our lumber. Oh, they conned me. Let's turn it off. So the mines are done. Nobody's going to work them whilst this settling's going on. But that's okay. I do almost feel like we can expand this fruit. I think we have to go stability. Well, research is nice. Let's go research. Right, now we can build our tools guild. And then we just need to make sure we have enough money to build the lumber. This is a pretty optimal start, honestly. I'm so glad I started again. Oh my god. Right, I think that's all we need to... I'm a little worried about Chol. Chol, don't move that market. Don't do it. It's crazy how dependent you are on these guys not moving that one market. But you really are dependent on it. Right. Nice try, guys. We almost got rid of all the aristocracy. That's really good. Sorry, ladies. Can't do it. We just ignore everyone's needs. Might as well keep stealing maps, eh? We can steal the oceans. It's the perfect crime. Now, in an ideal world, we would be able to build this. Which actually, we need to switch this guy over to stone. And that will really, really help. Even though we're not making stone, they will sneakily still build a few tools. Not many, but they'll build a few. And that will let us get this lumber. In theory. So I want to keep an eye on it. We should, if we're able to build it, we'll start seeing it flicker at the start of each month. That's how you know. We've got to go member of the clergy. Just doing that does ever so slightly increase research. Just picking that option. It very slightly increases research, which is cool. Right, let's wait for the telltale flicker. Cool. If we look here, right? I told you to use stone, you son of a bitch. This is why you have to turn this off. It's such a stupid mechanic. It's probably really useful if you're in the old world. But in the new world, this option here. Automate your production methods. And it's like, oh, this will make it pick the most suitable production method. And it's like, oh, you should totally use iron. Nobody around you knows how to mine iron, but you should use iron anyway. And it just makes your tools just not work. So you have to turn it off so that you can manually do that. That's why the telltale flicker hasn't been appearing. It's just another example of the game trying to sabotage your runs, which I can respect, but I don't have to appreciate it. There's the telltale flicker. In fact, it didn't even flicker. Nice. Let's get that. So that's all 3 of our main resources. Tools, stone, wood. They're the stone is just to make the tools, really. It's tools and wood. Because they're what you need to expand RGOs. You either need stone or wood, tools or wood. So you really want to make sure you've got production of that shiz up and running. It's super important. Now, we're not actually going to have anyone using those for a while, but that's okay. You can get married. Well, yeah, no, you can. It's fine. Cool. This is going swimmingly. We're not even in a rush to seed this province. We've got another 15 years till that needs to happen. So that's pretty cool. The only way it wouldn't be cool is if this market moves. No, our cabinet guy died. Ah, there is no god. You know, I kind of want this guy to die. Let's put him on the cabinet. It's a good way to kill people. And let's steal... I guess we can take Kuitu. Nice. That's pretty much all the maps we want for now. I mean, we could steal the rest of the Andes ones, but there's not a huge amount of value in it. Not yet. No. I mean, that's fine, actually. If he's becoming king now, it's okay. Mostly. It's mostly okay. Cool. In that case, let's put our brother. It'd be quite nice to have our brother die. Get him out the running. Don't like that our income's dipping. Right, we don't actually want to go into plutocracy, so let's do one of these. I guess religious conversion. Yeah. Cool. Have they been building crap? No. Good. Settlement will be done in 3 years. It's not going to take us too long to get back to where we were, I think. And hopefully we're going to be in a much better position. Like a much better position. We'll see. See what I mean by if you put your heir in here, they're almost guaranteed to die. Pretty good. Is there anything else we want to steal? Gulf of Mexico, I guess. Cool. I'm a little worried that he's getting taken over. Although if he's getting taken over by Itza, that's okay. Mostly. Right, I'll be right back. Dee dee dee. I don't think we care about respecting the settlers. It's fine. It just reduces loyalty by 1, and loyalty doesn't actually seem to do anything. So it's goo-hoo-hoo-chee. Okay, good. We got our laws. Limited censorship is OP. Codified power is OP. Anti-piracy is lame, but I'll take it just to get it off the list. Religious teachings is OP. Federal tribe is... you know, it's federal tribe. It's fine. And Protect trade routes is OP. Cool. That's a lot of laws. I would like to... I mean, honestly, I'd like to develop the interior, but... Let's go with promote state religion, because it's actually useful right now. Exceedingly unlikely to pass, but... You never know. You never know. It's probably still going to fail. Can't get fine cloth anymore, huh? Okay, in that case, give me some fine cloth. Hey look, the mines have made their own competing market. Cool. That's really awesome. Sort of. Maybe. Maybe it's bad. Maybe it's bad. We probably want to be using the mine market. No, all that work for naught. Yeah, maybe we should swap some of our trade over to the mine market. I think it's fine for now. Nice. Right. Now comes phase 2. AKA, be a bastard and steal their entire population. It's the bastard maneuver. We got our arrows. Let's find out. Yeah, nice. Right, we want to steal, like, their entire population. Hang on. Guy really thinks he can get away with building fruit orchards. Not on my watch, buddy. Now, how many of these guys do we steal? I think the answer is a lot. dies, huh? We might be nearing the point of automating the market, but every time I do that, I regret it. Like, every time. Okay, that'll do for that place. Bring more to the capital. Actually, the capital's almost full, eh? Let's bring people to Kuramanau, because that's a food production place. How many have we stolen? Yeah, okay, that'll do. That's enough theft. Let's start converting them. And this guy is going to settle Tsukima from Monponch. And this is the difference. This is different to last time. I just don't want people migrating back into here. Which they might do. If they do, hopefully too many of them won't, because I turned off migration. I didn't allow migration for the dudes. Right, cool. Taxes. El Taxo. Los Taxos. Bring down Diplo spending. We don't need it. And every time we unlock taxes, we're suddenly losing money. I've noticed a trend in that regard. Like, every time. It's very much a recurring theme. So now, by the time this settlement's done, we'll be able to turn this guy into a cool-ass province. And we can give him some salts, which we'll hopefully be able to afford by then. In fact, we can force the issue. We don't really need tribal cohesion currently. Let's force the issue. These are all ass. So let's... No, the pulse of the government's pointless. You're 35. Okay, well at least you've got a reduced life expectancy. You should make him have more kids before he dies. Might as well spend this cohesion. We're going to lose it anyway. Marry a bunch of lowborns. And we're just not going to do Parliament yet. Right. I would like these places to start working. It's not vital though, not really. We can wait. I don't think we need to do any more spying. Although I would like this. And this. So maybe we should do a little bit of spying. Let's spy on Kalingo. Cool. No, that one guy died. That's okay. We don't need to replace him yet. Priority is ceding this province. Nice. Cool, there's a lot going on now. Makes you miss the early days when you don't have to do anything. We're not actually able to rival anyone. It's a real shame. I think. We can't rival COCOM, right? No. I guess now we can put a guy on here. Do we want our heir to die? How old are his kids? 12. He's kind of gonna suck ass. Yeah, I wouldn't mind him dying. Let's just promote the clergy. It might pass. I want to believe. You really want a stone quarry, huh? Well, Am I going to let him keep this? No. That's cool. Cool. And this time, Mon Podge is going to be so much better. So much better. Because it's going to have taxes. Right, I want to steal those water maps. Nice. Really opens up the place, eh? So now we can make our subjects, and they will have taxes. Next on the list is religious values. Followed by... these trade ones. Followed by... these trade ones. Then we can get life expectancy, disease resist, distribution of power. I don't think cultural tradition matters. I'm pretty sure they're both useless. Yeah. Yeah. Well. Hello, Adam. 15 viewers. Really? I don't look at viewer numbers. I don't like it. I think it'd mess with my zen. I think I'd start going, oh, the stuff I'm talking about is making me lose viewers. Quick, change the subject. So I just don't have it up. And then at the end I go, oh look, 3 people were watching. And I feel pretty good. Maybe Tyrona is getting popular. Tyrona's the best place. Like, seriously. I'm amazed. Does that mean people stuck around when, after 4.5 hours, I restarted the entire run? Because I did. After 4.5 hours, I went, well, time to start again. But you know what? It was the right call. 100% it was the right call. Right. Shit, I forgot what I was doing. I guess we want food production. Doesn't really matter, but... Well, our vassals are going to be making the food. I do want to reduce the cost of towns. And then... Isn't there some loyalty stuff kicking about here? Yeah. We want that because it just makes life easier for enforcing culture. We don't really care about that. Not really. And we probably want subject income. And that'll do for now. Cool. I'm trying to decide whether we should allow scootage. Scootage is pretty cool. It's like 5% extra income in exchange for them not having to join your wars. So it's super useful early on. But once we start doing wars, we're probably going to want people to help us. So scootage is kind of a double-edged sword. Plus, you're taking more money from them, so they're not snowballing as fast. So I think scootage might actually harm you in the long run. 0.24 ducats for 0.5 development. I always love this event. This is like the gold event if you've got a low tax base. It's such an amazing event. Once your tax base gets high, it's like, well, is it worth it? But when you've got like no tax base, it's amazing. Right. I'm not really sure why I'm focusing everyone on Diplo. I think it's because it keeps these guys happier and the subjects happier. But I don't know. I'm not entirely sure it's worth it. Until like later, when they start getting uppity. Le Rula Uwa. Sorry, you don't get to marry anyone. When she gets old, we'll be putting her in charge of a vassal. Hey, this guy's a prodigy. This lady's a prodigy. Speaking of which, we might want to change our succession laws at some point. Kind of tricky though, because if you change them, it's harder to manipulate people into becoming fiefdoms. Because like, nowadays, you can give your heir control of a vassal, and when you die, it'll become a fiefdom, which is really cool. But once you change the inheritance, you could make your heir be in control of a fiefdom, and then it could change the heir to be someone else. So, you know, changing the succession laws, it's a bit risky. A little bit risky. Okay, cool. This is actually quite an important one. This conversion speed. If you look right, by default, oh, I'm currently converting the province. By default, this is dog shit. Utter dog shit. People just don't convert. Whereas, plus 10. Pretty sick. And we don't care about assimilating people anymore. Especially because there's that weird quirk where converting people's religion tends to convert their culture as well. Don't ask me why, but it does. Right, do we want to spend this money? Maybe we do, on a glass maker. Glass maker would be pretty handy. Then we could start building markets. I wonder if we could just import the glass. Did our air just change? Maybe. I don't know. I've lost track of what I was paying attention to. Maybe it was like our brother who was there before? Yeah, that's what it is. Cool. Are there any more maps we want to steal? Probably just this sea. We're not going to make the mistake of stealing all these maps. It really screws us over. Ruins the economy. $41. Wonder when he's gonna die. He's got indulgent. So I reckon he'll die when he's like 52. I'm just wondering if we want this heir to die or not. Not sure. We'll let him live for now. Who are you? Our nephew. You can die then. Two years. Well, year and a half. Year and a half and we'll be living the dream. Here, do you want to marry your cousin? It's good for what ails you. State religion. Pretty much always wins out these days. I've really come a long way. I used to not care about state religion at all. Nowadays, it's pretty damn important. Mainly because the mechanics are glitched, but still. Come on, give us one good event. I believe in you. I don't. It's not going to give us one. Yeah. That's okay. Cool. You know, the game lies to you. I brought this up earlier, but the game lies to you. And I believed that lie since day one. Since day one of this game coming out, I believed this lie. And the lie is... well, it won't let me hover over peasants. But the lie is that... in fact, we can do it here. With this. Labourers can be promoted from peasants if location can support it. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Are there any other restrictions? Nah, not according to this. Can be promoted. Shit, where is it? I can never find it. Promotes? There you go. Population need to be at least a tolerated culture to promote. At least a tolerated culture. I read that on day one, and I believed it. I believed it. I believed that populations had to be a tolerated culture to promote. It's just not true. It's just an absolute fabrication on the game's part. I don't know why it says it. I used to really stress myself out trying to get tolerated cultures when it's really hardest to Una because you're in your own culture group. Look. Tuna's culture group is Tayrona, which contains Tayrona. So It's really hard to like get other tolerated cultures. They're super expensive. So I used to really stress out about it. Turns out, doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't matter at all. There's no reason to do it unless you want like increased satisfaction. But I used to think like to get people to work, they had to be a tolerated culture because that's what the game tells you. But it's just lying, you know. Business as usual. And I only learnt that today. And I've been playing since release. Ooh. Right, we're going to save this money to seed Tsukima, I think. Although, can I make a market? I don't think I can because there's no glass. Yeah, not enough glass. I think we're better off seeding these guys. Kind of skipped over that event, but it gives you bountiful harvest for 24 years. Such an amazing, amazing buff. Have had it screw me over though in the past. Because you get used to creating loads of food. And then the 24 years runs out, and you don't think, oh, 24 years ago, didn't I get a buff that's increasing how much food I make? And then suddenly, the 24 years are up, and everyone starts starving to death. Right, cool. Now, well, let's check population. How many did we lose? Actually, barely any of them migrated back. That's really good. We stole like 200k population from these guys. That's really good. So now we can create our vassal, our first vassal, and this time he will have tax. Because we researched it. And in charge of it, you could put the heir, but that's a bit risky. Because if the heir has kids and then dies, I think his kids take priority. We could put our wife in charge. I think our wife is the way to go. Well, he is going to die soon, eh? Let's trust that this guy's going to live. It's the safer path. But also the more risky path, so I know that didn't make any sense. Right, we want to enforce culture here, but we can't because he's too disloyal, but we can kind of scam it. We can pull that up. Enforce culture. And then pull that back down. It's the perfect crime. Now he's going to be super disloyal for ages, but that's okay. That just means he won't be giving us any money, which means he'll be using the money to improve himself, which is better, isn't it? So that's pretty cool. We could double seed him. But I don't think we should. Right, before we get back to settling, it's time to steal a bunch of these guys as well. So we need to increase province control for 1 month. Because you cannot expel people if there's no control. So you do that, and you do... Where are we going to send people to? Probably Kurama now. No! Our arrows aren't here. Hang on. I need to reload. I like the arrows a lot, the migration arrows. Without them, it's a real headache to figure out what's going on. Cool. These guys are leaving, but that's okay. Let's just sort these out. Any that we don't care about. Wow, I really don't care about a lot of notifications, eh? Cool. I'm not sure how many of their people will steal, but you better believe it's going to be a significant amount. Probably like 100k or something. Definitely take that research progress. Okay, good. Our chief actually died right on time, right? Maybe even earlier. Yeah, he died way earlier than I expected. His drunken stupors and expensive tastes have left the country both poorer and worse governed than it was when he was crowned. Look, don't lie, game. This guy kicked ass. I mean, sure, he liked to drink. But he kicked ass. Let's ditch that trade. And we will go for... a little bit of cocoa. I would like to also move people to here. Good, we're getting this trade research. This lady wants to become a trader, huh? Can't do it, sorry. A rich peasant is still a peasant. Right, they've still got 122k. Let's keep siphoning for a little bit, although it is slowing down. Yeah, I don't like that it's slowing down. Okay. We need to make sure we're on the ball with our settling. Take people from Tsukima, and now the chain can begin. Which is very cool. And then we'll vassalize this once that settlement's done. That'll be pretty sick. And I want to seed some lumber for them, because that'll be their capital. Cool. Right. We don't need to encourage migration anymore. Although, I'm curious what that did. No, it was taking people from there. Nah. Let's get back to converting people to our religion. Nobody believes in it, but they'll come around. Starting to get stoneworkers, that's good. I think I won't bother enforcing religion this time. Look, game, I'm going to be honest. I need to see this have a taxable number. There we go. Good. I was getting flashbacks. Okay. Now that we are kind of Gucci, we can probably start getting our tribal cohesion back up. Let's do dies from Mayapan. Nope. I hate this event. Tries to migrate people from your capital out to the place you're settling. Definitely don't want that. Is there anything we want to steal? I don't think so anymore. No, it's all just northern stuff. I guess we could probably get away with that. But then we're not stealing any more. Let's cancel that so we don't get tempted. Instead we can spy on this guy. Although we actually need our diplomats. So let's just not spy on anyone. Over 300 bug fixes in this patch. Really? Have you fixed the one where 3-year-olds have breasts? No. Probably get on that. Research for opinion is such a good deal. Now, in an ideal world, promote urbanization would pass. We're not in an ideal world. It's pretty much guaranteed to fail. You never know. Stranger things have happened. Also, I was going to increase tribal cohesion, but I honestly think we're better off just building a glass worker. And then spamming markets. Sweet, sweet markets. Right, let's make these guys like us. Shocker, it failed. Nobody's working the lumber yet, but that's probably just because So, there have to be 500 peasants to promote them to labourers, right? What the game doesn't tell you is that has to be 500 peasants of a specific group. So you see here, we've got 400, 300, 70, 45. One of these separate groups has to be 500 for them to start getting promoted. It's a little bit awkward, but that's how it works. Now that we've got glass... Sorry, chieftains, but 10 gold to make you unhappy. That's a bargain. Now that we've got glass, we should be able to start building markets. This is a case where we probably want to give it a few months for the price to go down. Assuming our glass makers are actually making glass, which is always worth checking. Yeah, no, they are. Sort of. They will be. Let's hold out then. No point paying full price. Kid, you better not be our heir. You know, if we were automating the economy, we'd probably be losing money right now. Good. He's not converting his population, but I can forgive him that. Actually, a reasonably strong case to be made for, instead of buying markets, like buying him, I don't know, something. Yeah, or like building roads for him would be a good thing to do. Oh yes, I love this event so much. Oh, it's rapidly growing to be my favourite event. Strict censorship is awesome. Maybe the art was left for us to keep. And then you get like... Usually it's pretty good art. Now I'll grant you this is kind of shitty, but... Usually it's pretty good art. You just piss off the chieftains, the clergy to get it. But the clergy can't stay mad at us. Look how fast they recover. It's awesome. Need to keep an eye on COCOM. Start to panic when he starts settling down here. I feel like they've already been settling. Oh no. No. That's the 2. Cool. Nobody gets to migrate. Not on my watch. We're missing fruit. Alright, game, you convinced me. I already built the lumber, right? Yeah, good. Oh no, the heir to Chamilia died. Whatever will we do? Let's cheer up the chieftains, I guess, because we might want to screw them over again. Yep, we do want to screw them over again. Good. Nice. I thought we already had this, honestly. Cool. You know, when the plague hits this time, I might just keep our borders shut. Not forever, but for a long-ass time. Normally I open them after the first wave. But that does have a habit of getting us killed. Should we make some fish? I don't know, that kind of... I really think we should make this guy something. Let's try the old member of the clergy. Although increased ties to subject is pretty good. Sort of. Sometimes. I guess we don't need it yet. It gets better and better the more vassals we have. Let's try and get this to pass. Yeah, it ain't gonna pass, but that's fine. Is that another idiot child? Throw me a frickin' bone here, game. Okay, distribution of power. I think traditional distribution is pretty good. Yeah. I don't mind losing 10% crown power. We are in the post-crown power era. Keeping people happy is more important, I think. Sorry, chieftains. No, wait. Sorry, traders. I clicked the wrong one, but I don't think it makes a difference. So we should have people starting to work the lumber now. We do. That's good. We'll improve these probably once they both fill up, so it's cheaper. I'm still thinking about giving this land away, you know. To Mompodge. But now that I know where their capital is, it's probably not worth it. I want to build them another thing. Maybe fish. I don't know though, it's pricey. think we'll save our cash. And by that I mean build a marketplace. Thing is, as we build more marketplaces, it gets more and more awkward to micromanage. Okay, cultural traditions is kind of ass, but civil society's fine. And you are our heir, huh? Okay, let's hope he doesn't die. We can pretty much guarantee, well not guarantee, but we can increase the odds that he doesn't die by giving him Tsukima once this is done. Sorry, chiefs. You ain't getting no land rights. Who do you think we are? Yeah, you see here it gets kind of awkward. I think with the extra money we make, I will allow it to be automated. Pretty happy with our initial setup, and then we can just let the AI throw away our other market stuff. It's fine. Unless we get like earlier, where it said we were going to get minus 45,000 ducats for the trade that it set up. Which was super sketchy. What have they built? Dies. Yeah, I can allow that. Fishing village. Nothing. Cool. Mon Podge is already paying dividends. God, I'm so glad we started again. Oh my god, I'm glad we started again. Look how much money Mon Podge is making us already. I know it's not a huge amount, but it's more than we're minting. And it will continue to climb. All hail Mon Podge. The goose that laid the golden egg. Nice. Right. Let's create our vassal. I can't believe people complain that, oh, before the colonials show up, there's nothing to do in the Americas. What are you talking about? There's loads of stuff to do in the Americas. There's so much stuff to do. There's not enough time, if anything. Right, let's send the heir. Cool. Let's immediately fuck him over. Enforce culture, please. And how much is cost of the court these days? Ew. Pretty pricey, huh? Ah, we don't need it. What about stability? I'd like a little bit of stability. Cool. And then, let's continue the settling spree. Speaking of settling, Nobody's settling down here yet. That's good. At least I don't think they are. Doesn't look like they are. Good. So let's keep going. It's a tough one, right? Because we need to get these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 provinces before the dudes show up. Which seems like plenty of time. It really does seem like plenty of time. But then, you don't want to leave it too late, because maybe they'll come over earlier if they can get here, you know? So I think we need to finish finish this route before we settle the other way. Also, I'm going to send her. I don't think it matters what skills they have, but we'll send her anyway. She's not doing anything. Her only value to us is growing old. I didn't mean to cancel that, but I can't be asked to go and find the child it was talking about, so... Too bad. Can we build another market? Not enough glass. Really gonna make me build a sand place? I bet it's sand that's slowing us down. It's actually lumber that's slowing us down. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Okay, let's hold off then. We can... His capital's going to be there. We could seed this. But we should really be waiting until there's lumber, so we get lower prices. So let's just save our money, eh? Maybe get some more food. But you need lumber for that as well. Two gold for 0.5 development. That's still a pretty good deal. In an ideal world, this would reach 20. But, we're not really in an ideal world. This reaching 20 would be nice. But the priority is converting people's religion, sadly. Come on, give us a free town. Boo. That's fine. Maybe we can get this through. Yeah, I'm willing to piss off the chieftains. Because during Parliament, they recover from being pissed off really fast. Look, you get +1 from Parliament being in session. It's crazy good. If you're ever going to piss off a group, do it just before Parliament. I really would like to spend this gold, but if we don't spend it, we can get a town. So maybe we shouldn't be spending. Because I do want those towns as soon as possible. For more markets. More markets means faster institution growth. And more money, I guess. But it's the institution growth that matters. How you doing, Mom Podge? I haven't seen you build anything in a while. Alright, Mom Podge, you've convinced me. Yeah, have some maize. No, but I don't have it controlled very much. Yeah, I know, but I want maize, so that's what you're getting. Maybe I'll encourage him to research roads and build them. Stone shall serve us greatly. Yeah, it actually will. Cool. Alright, we've handed him that maize. He's not going to get a huge amount of tax out of it because of his lack of control, but I'm going to chalk that one up to being not our problem. The maize will still appear on the market, so it's fine. How's he doing? I'm going to give him a second lumber. Because everyone needs lumber, right? We need lumber. They probably need lumber. He probably needs lumber. Everyone needs lumber, so I don't mind investing in him a bit. We are running into my usual trend, though, of saying we should save our money. And then just not. Yeah, the Mon Podge money is climbing. Maybe he's saving up for a town. He's probably saving up for a town. They love to build a town. He's doing what I should have the discipline to do, but don't. He's almost certainly saving for a town. I should just give him all our money. I'm not even joking. It'd be the optimal play, I think. I'm not going to, though. Wonder how that'd work. Like, you know that research that gives plus 2.5% subject income? Do you reckon it actually takes that money from the subject? Or do you reckon it multiplies it? Maybe you could get like an infinite money loop going on. By stacking those plus subject income researchers and then just giving them the money back. Why are you our heir? No, 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 no. This guy's our heir. Did he die? Shit, he's really not our heir. He's our ruler's younger brother. Oh, maybe the guy did die. Hang on. No. Whatever. Oh no, that's right. Yeah. No, that's legit. Our current heir really sucks balls, eh? You know what that means? That means he gets put on the council. Try and get him killed. It'll almost certainly work. Pretty sure he'll drop dead. I think we want him to have another wife. Sure. Cool. Keeping an eye on this to make sure settling hasn't slowed down. Looks like it hasn't. Member of the clergy. Is it going to pass? Is such a thing even possible? No. Maybe. Probably not. Settlement has still got 3 years, huh? Let's build another market then. Okay, it failed. That's fine. The current heir is unmarried. Yeah. He's hoping he dies in the next, I don't know, like 20 years. Sadly, this guy's gonna have kids, right? Yeah. He needs to die before one of his kids comes of age. Which is highly unlikely to happen. It's kind of BS that... No, it's not. I take it back. It's not BS at all. It was just my mistake. Good. This guy's people are building stuff. You love to see it. Let's take the stability. It'll offset one parliament session. Nobody's settling. Good. Surprised they haven't killed each other yet. Normally they do. Pretty quickly. Now he's starting to get loyal, so we'll get even more money off this chode. And he's actually starting to put people to work, so that's good. Did he die? I thought he was settling Paraguana. Did he just decide not to? Where is he? Where the hell is he? He's moved. He's moved to Monpodge. Traitor! I wanted him to drop dead. He's ruined my plan. Maybe he married someone. Cool. Settlement done. Awesome. Now, let's seed this guy a bit. We'll just give him one, I suppose. Cool. Where's our heir? Oh, he left. Ah, that means I can't give him control. That's a shame. That's a real shame. Okay, let's go with the old lady approach. Old lady, no kids? Sold. Let's scam her. Enforce culture. One day we'll keep diplomatic spending up, but it will not be this day. It's all going according to plan. So. Main thing that could screw us right now would be the market disappearing. But I have faith. I would like more stone. But would I like it more? Than another market. Need more glass, but why? Not enough wood. Not enough sand? Yeah, okay, the time has come. Let's build a stupid sand pit. Sure. Tell you what, he better be saving up for a town. Otherwise, I don't know what he's spending his money on. I hate this air. I hate him so much. Sorry, ladies. I've got big plans for you. Let's try and get the free town. Oh, let's go. It's highly unlikely, but... I want to give it a try. Yeah, it's not gonna pass. So we should start getting money off this guy. That's going to be nice. He is probably going to save up for a town. But that's alright. Yoink. I love taking money off the chieftains. Feels good. I'm gonna buy another stone. I know it's pricey, but you know, stone is super useful. Good, still nobody settling. Hopefully these two, like, butt heads forever and just never settle. That'd be the ideal. I'm starting to think I should save up for a town. For this guy. But that'd be too crazy. Look at our awesome Diplo income. It's getting better. Look, Mom Podge. Build your stupid town. Come on. Then you can start, like, expanding. Being cool. Like you deserve to be. I'm not too mad at him, though. If we go to manage subjects, look. He's already giving us, like, 10 times what he was giving us last time. So you can't be too mad at the guy. Not really. Oh look, he's building stuff. Maybe he wasn't saving up for a town. Sorry, clergy. Can't do it. You know, if he wasn't saving up for a town, I don't know what he was spending all his time doing. I find it hard to believe it took him that long to save up 50 gold. Maybe though. I guess it's possible. Okay, good. See News gonna get loyal. Happy days. That helps. Nice. Look at that. See, this is where we want to be. We want to be making more money from our vassals than we are from trade. That's like the perfect place to be. Need more wood. I'll pay the higher price, it's fine. We're making decent money now. Always encourage traditional practices. Keep that traditional economy. He's building fishing villages, probably to get trade power. I can respect that. Speaking of trade power, I wish he'd build his city, or his town. Then we could build a trade thingy in his base. Let's try promote state religion. We should always take autonomy support if it shows up. Get that sweet decentralization. Let's not get our hopes up that this is going to pass, but you never know. Yeah, in a way, you always do know. I'm trying to decide if I'm willing to give him control over more of the trade. I think I'm not. All he ever does is send stuff to Chunsua. Yeah. This is all ladies, right? Yeah. Ba-da-dee-dum-dee-dum-dee-da-dee-dee-da. I'm a little miffed at our air, but we are kind of living in a post-air world. Look at all the daughters he's had. Are there really no sons? I guess there's that guy. He's ambitious. He might kill the other guy. If he has time. Let's hope that he does. Because that other guy sucks balls. Thinking about building medicaments for this guy. Help him out a bit. Oh nice, he's expanding his salt. Good. Hopefully we see this guy start to snowball. Huh? Pretty good. At some point we do need to save up for those towns. Nice. Let's go through the motions. We should give this to our heir, I suppose. And that's his capital. Let's give him this maze. I'm not too worried about this guy. He's mostly going to have to fend for himself. Cool. And lest we forget, enforce culture. Nice. Building even more salt. Good. That implies he's starting to snowball. He's building stuff faster and faster and faster. Now at some point he is gonna get wiped out by the plague because the AI is too dumb to close its borders. But that's fine. Might actually be beneficial in a way. Keep them weak in terms of population. As long as we don't get plagued. Oh look, he's even building livestock. He's really come up in the world. No. Well, on the plus side, we did make him Chieftain of Paraguana, which means that's added to our list. That's good. Let's just promote a member of the clergy. I guess hopefully this guy doesn't live very long. And he's getting negative traits as well. Groovy. It's fine, we're kind of in a post-ruler era where the ruler doesn't actually matter that much. It's nice if you have a good ruler, but it's not as important because most of our money comes from Diplo. Yeah, my traits suck, I get it. Let's see how they're doing in terms of tax base. It's always good to compare their tax base to ours. He's got like 3 times our tax base. See, that's what you want to see. In the run that I gave up on, 4.5 hours into this stream, we were around this date, and Monpoch had exactly the same tax base that we did. It was total BS. So, there's the proof. You need to get taxes before creating your first subject. Because now he's got 3 times as much. He's doing okay. He's kind of sucking ass, but it makes sense that he is, because he's in the mountains. And he can't access his gold, because I never researched it. Yeah, Tsukima has a hard time of things, honestly. In terms of control. And Paraguana is new, so that's fine. I'm gonna give him that stone, even though it's got like minimal control. It'll still put the stone on the market, eh? Which is pretty important. You know what's proving not to be important? Tribal cohesion. Turns out just ignoring it is the way to go. No, our settler guy died. Ah, he doesn't even impact it, but I always feel obliged to put one in there anyway. Oh, look, he's finally making the maze. That's amazing. Awesome. And he's building irrigation there to increase the food output. What a cool dude. Still hasn't got his town, though. Yeah, that should be fine. I'm thinking about gifting this guy something else. Maybe some clay? Yeah. Increase the rate at which he surpasses us. I need to check that there aren't any laws that the game has just decided not to tell us about. Okay, good. Good. Pretty much all the research now is garbage. Until we get legalism. Oh, look, he's a prodigy. Or she's a prodigy. Maybe we should think about changing our succession law. Although if we're truly in a post-ruler era, then we probably shouldn't change it. Cool. Nobody's settling down here yet. The Maya look like they might do, though. Look, the Maya settling down here. I doubt they took that in conquest. Leave me alone, Maya. Leave me alone. You know, I might consider settling up here. It didn't go well for us last time, so we probably should just guard the border. But it is tempting. Also, was I not spying on this guy? Right, we're going to call it a day there. We've been going for 7 hours. Now, granted, only 3.5 of them have been this run. But what a 3.5 it's been, eh? Pretty good. Tomorrow, we'll continue. I don't want to keep going when I'm tired, or we'll start making mistakes, and that'll be a disaster. So, we'll call it there. And tomorrow, we'll finish settling the border, lock everything down. We'll probably try and lock this down, because it's really annoying when Castile gets down here. And then we'll think about vassalizing the Andes, I think. Because we did that last time and it was pretty good for us. So I think we'll think about vassalizing the Andes. And we'll leave filling in this for when we've got nothing better to do. Although we should get this stuff for the iron. And to make these guys our vassal. But you know, that's cool. That's tomorrow's job. But anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And I will catch you later. Adios.